Okay, Pop. Now it's my turn.
Okay, come on, Sam.
Sears has a home version of the pinball game you find in arcades and bowling alleys. So now you can have your own pinball machine right at home. New arcade pinball games from Sears. Not toy pinball, they're real pinball machines.
You're almost up to 18,000 now.
New arcade pinball. It's what you always wished you had at home. Sold only at Sears.
Be a pinball champ, boy. This is Pinball Champ, not a toy. It's a big new game, stands right on the floor with 15 different ways to score. Bells ring, lights flash. Pinball Champ, it's a smash. Balls fly through the action track. Hit those flippers, send it back. Bonus bumper keeps it moving. Keep it up, you're really grooving. Bells ring, lights flash. Pinball Champ, it's a gas. It's got the guts, it's really built. It's real pinball, it'll even tilt. Get the family game that's full-sized fun. It's big enough for everyone. From Coleco.
Good breakfast like everyone should, and those apple jacks look good. Apple jack, the ball in the hole needs a tasty bowl of cinnamon toasty, apple tasty, Kellogg's Apple Jacks.
Part of this complete breakfast.
Apple jack.
You played a lot of pinball, but here's the ultimate pinball challenge. Pinball with a speeding ball of light. Super sensitive flippers. Light up the bumpers. Pile up the bonus points. It's a whole new kind of pinball because fits in the palm of your hand. Wildfire electronic pinball from Parker Brothers. Pinball at the speed of light in the palm of your hand.
There's a new game in town. It's called Putting the Fun Back into Driving. Introducing the Toyota MR2 sports car, a mid-engine, 16-valve, fuel-injected playmate designed for the kind of performance that says, look out, here I come. The Toyota MR2. So exciting, it just won Motor Trend's Import Car of the Year. The fun is back.
Hey, look at all these machines. What are we doing? And what time is it?
That's right. It's Podblast time. This is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun one-man band about nostalgia. I'm your host, Chance Bartels. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing all right. What we do here on the Podblast is talk about memories of days gone by that we all share and have shared in our lives and in our life. It's kind of like the Milton Bradley board game of life. I was more of a Scrabble man myself, but right now we're reminiscing about life, specifically pop culture, history, and life experiences that we all have in common. That's what this show, the Nostalgic Podblast, is all about. And as Steve Harvey says at the beginning of Family Feud, when he hosts it, we've got a good one for you today. And man, we do, because of the clips and the memories I've assembled for you today. And we're continuing our discussion and concluding our discussion about pinball machines that were made based on popular movies. Did the first part about a month ago, and we went letter in alphabetical order A through I. And so tonight we'll go J through Z and conclude the list. And I have a lot of clips of the games in action, a lot of facts about pinball and stuff like that. If you want to leave a comment about your favorite pinball games, it doesn't have to be about movies. They don't have to be about movies. Just leave it in the section. Anyone watching live, and I'll put your comment on the screen. Or you can even call in old school. The nostalgic line, phone line on the telephone, ringy dingy, is 770-438-1050. That's 770-438-1050. or as I said, leave a comment in the Facebook Live or Twitch or YouTube Live feed in the chat section, and we'll chat, and that's good. So let's see here. We did talk a lot about the history of pinball last time in part 1 of this 2-part series. So I want to talk about some pinball terminology to get started. You have something called a cabinet. Now, what is a cabinet? I'm going to show you a picture of me playing pinball way back in 1981 when I was a kid, and this will show the cabinet. It's pretty obvious. What do you think the pinball cabinet is? Obviously, it's the wood piece, the wood section that holds the guts of the machine. Here's me at a place that's long since been destroyed. It was a roller skating rink called Park Air Roller Rink, and sadly in 1983 it was burned to the ground. And there was a rumor that the owner of Sparkles Roller Rink, about a quarter of a mile up the road, started the fire. That's what the kids said in middle school. I don't believe it, of course, but I want to show you a picture now of me playing pinball from back then, if I can find it. And I'm playing, of all things, here it is, a pinball game based on a popular video game called Space Invaders by Atari. There I am, a little mop head. I had the boxy haircut, boxy in the original Battlestar Galactica, little bowl cut. And you see Supersonic by Bally next to it. But I love Space Invaders, and it had a wide cabinet. There's the cabinet on the side. It's typically made of wood. And then the playfield, which we'll talk about in a moment, is on top of it, of course, in the glass. And the little scoreboard piece that has the artwork, that folds down. And a lot of people don't realize that. The legs can come off. They're bolted in, but you can remove the bolts. And really, the machine becomes really compact when you take the bolts out of the neck of the pinball game of the scoreboard, and that folds right down on top of the glass. And then you put something on top of it. But yeah, that Space Invaders pinball machine, by the way, was featured in 2018's Captain Marvel movie, starring Brie Olson in the title role of Captain Marvel. It was in the it was in the Skrull spaceship in outer space orbiting the Earth in a battle scene towards the end. You'll see that very machine, Space Invaders. So anyway, that's what a cabinet is. Got a lot to go over tonight. Now, the back box and the head is that piece I just talked about that has the scoring, and it shows the scores of all the 4 players of the game. And the back glass usually has very stylized graphics related to the game and nice artwork. There's many wonderful pinball artists that we'll talk about tonight. Now, the playfield, obviously, that's the surface inclined upward, usually about 6.5 degrees away from the player, and it includes multiple targets and scoring objectives. That's the playfield. That's where the ball hits all of the targets. And then you have the plunger. Obviously, the plunger is the spring-loaded rod with a small handle used to propel the ball onto the playfield. Now, my Indiana Jones the Pinball Adventure machine has a gun, and there's there was a game called Fish Tales from 1993 that had like a fishing rod that released the ball. But usually it's a plunger that releases the pinball onto the playfield. And then this is pretty obvious, the flippers. I don't need to go into much detail there. They're one or more. I love pinball machines that have 3 or 4 flippers on the playfield, like Twilight Zone, based on the epic classic television show hosted and created by Rod Serling. Going to talk about that in the future. I'm going to do a podblast about pinball machines based on popular television shows, just like I'm concluding this one about popular movies and pinball machines based on those movies. And I'm going to show you the movie posters of the movies and then some nice artwork that promoted the pinball game to arcade owners and bowling alley owners or managers, the people that made the decisions on what they wanted to put in their business or establishment, bar owners. Those are typically the places you'd find pinball machines, and you still do to this day. There's some great arcades here in the Atlanta, Georgia area and restaurants. Solar Slice Pizza, been going there a lot. It's a real New York style pizzeria, and they have all sorts of great pinball machines, quarter operated. And then you have a place that I like in Ackworth, Georgia, just along the Cobb County line, just past the Cobb County line. And hell, I'm having a brain tune on what it's called. Portal Pinball, that's it. And they have a liquor license. So does Solar Slice. If you want to have a cold beer and play pinball or just have some pop. They serve Pepsi. I know I'm in the state of Georgia, and that's kind of a sin to promote Pepsi in the land of Coca-Cola. But they do proudly serve Pepsi just like they do in New York. I think Pepsi goes better with pizza than Coke does. I know That's blasphemy, but that's just my opinion, and you're entitled to yours as well, of course, and whatever you like to drink. You may not like soda at all, you know, drink beer, water, whatever. Anyway, so those are what the flippers are. The flippers obviously are what you want to prevent the ball from going down the drain with. Then you have bumpers. Bumpers are round knobs that when hit will actively push the ball away. And, you know, the ball just goes all over the playfield. The designers want that to go down the drain so you keep pumping quarters into that pinball machine. And then you have what's called kickers and slingshots. Slingshots have rubber bands around them that whip the ball around, and there's switches located behind the rubber that detect the ball's impact. And then there's a solenoid-driven lever that kicks it away and kicks the ball all over that playfield. And you have targets. This is going to come up in a trivia game we're going to play later for prizes. But they're targets. Obviously, targets are what you want to hit to score points. They're stationary targets. Those are like static targets that simply record when a ball strikes them. There's bullseye targets. Those are static targets that have two elements. Similar to a stationary target, you can hit the outer ring that usually scores lower than hitting the center bullseye of the target. And then you have drop targets. Those are targets that drop below the playfield when they're hit. Whirlwind is a great game, and so is Earthshaker in that series based on natural disasters where you have drop targets to get a mode. Then you have kicking targets. Those are used rarely, and those targets look like stationary targets, but when they're hit, and you'll see them in the video I'm going to play in just a little bit, they kick the ball away in the opposite direction, much like a slingshot or a bumper does with the ball. And then the last target is a vary target, V-A-R-I, and these targets award different points depending on how hard the target was hit. It's a metal arm that pivots under the playfield, and when the ball hits it, it ratchets back sometimes. It ratchets back, resetting immediately or resetting only after it is hit all the way back. And a large sum of points is usually awarded when the target is hit back all the way with one strike of the ball. And then you have holes and saucers. My Indiana Jones the Pinball Adventure uses a saucer to activate what's called a mode. And then the holes, like you saw in the Applejack's vintage 1980 pinball-themed commercial for Applejack cereal, it showed a hole and referenced a hole. And that's the player directs the ball into that hole. In modern games are both vertical and horizontal holes, also called scoops, and the game may include mechanisms to move the ball between them. And there's a gobble hole that's sometimes included in some older games, which does not return the ball, but gives a large bonus or game feature in terms of the scoring of the points. And you also might get an extra ball. Then you have saucers. Like I said, that's what is used in the Indiana Jones, the Pinball Adventure, and many, many other. That's more of a, in the older machines, you saw the use of saucers a lot more than today, but they're still around in modern pinball games by Stern Electronics and the like that are still making machines to this day. But a saucer is just basically a shallow hole with a little kicker inside. The ball remains visible on the playfield and is kicked out straight up, usually into a duct or a rail chute or sideways back onto the playfield. And initially, holes and saucers worked by using tubes behind the playing field with a pin at the top to hold the ball for later drops. Another version of the tube uses two spinning wheels to transfer the ball from hole to hole. And newer versions use an electronic track with a carriage or an electromagnet to pull the ball between the holes. And then one more thing, there's spinners and rollovers detect when the ball passes over them and they spin. Spinners cause a ball, when the ball pushes through a spinner, it's like a flat surface hinged, causing it to spin, and each rotation adds points to your score. There's rollovers, and those are targets activated when a ball rolls over them. Often a series of rollover targets are placed side by side with dividers between them for forming lanes. And then you have whirlwind spinners used in some games. A whirlwind spinner is a rapidly rotating, often rubberized disc on the playfield that momentarily grabs the ball and throws it in a random direction. And then you have switches, gates, and stoppers. A switch, that's an area that is blocked off after the ball passes through it once. Indiana Jones, the Pinball Adventure, has what's called the Path of Adventure. And there's a little deal that blocks the ball from entering the Path of Adventure unless you have it lit. So an example of a switch would be an initial firing lane. As a ball passes through the firing lane, it hits a switch and cannot re-enter that chute. Like in Funhouse with the ventriloquist dummies head. That's a game from 1990 by Williams. There's one of those switches where you can use the ball to get a bonus. Then there's a gate. This block will allow balls to come through one way, but will block the ball if it's going the other way. And then there's a stopper. It's also called a magic post. That's a small pole, most often found centered between and just below the lowest set of flippers, and also rarely next to the outlanes. Obviously, you have ramps. I don't need to explain what that is. Obviously, you know what a ramp is. That's where the ball goes over. I love three-dimensional pinball games that have multiple levels. And then you have toys, magnets, captive balls. Indiana Jones and Pinball Adventure has a captive ball. The back glass, obviously, that's the vertical graphic panel mounted onto the front of the back box that displays the score and has graphics. And there's many features in pinball games. You'll see a bunch in the video I'm going to play. Features like the ball lock, multi-ball, jackpot, end of ball bonus, the extra ball, the kickback. First time I saw kickback was in what was that game's from 1986? High Speed, called High Speed. It's based on racing, not NASCAR racing, but just like Corvette racing. And they had a sequel to it called The Getaway, based on the remake of the original movie, The Getaway. But this was the version with Alec Baldwin and Kim Basinger, The Getaway. It was a good heist movie, the original and the remake. And that was a Steve McQueen movie, the original. Wasn't Alan McGraw in the original? I think so. So other quick things. In addition to the kickback, you have timed rounds and modes, wizard modes, ball saver, slam tilt. Now, you don't want to slam tilt. When you get a little physical with the pinball machine, beyond a tilt is a slam tilt, and that totally shuts down the game. And you're out your money, you're out your score, you're out everything. You don't want to slam tilt. And there's a terrifying sound that goes off in a lot of the machines when you slam tilt it. Usually it's when you hit the coin box. It's a mechanism. I think they think you might be trying to damage the coin box to steal the money out of it. But and obviously they don't want you, the manufacturers and the people that own the machines, they don't want you damaging the machine. So that's why that is put into place. It's just to get the rabble rousers the hell out off that machine, basically. It shuts it down. So let's see where we are. Oh, yeah, in the 1990s, some pinball designers often put hidden, recurring images or references in their games, which became known as Easter eggs. For example, designers at the Williams Electronics Company, they hid cows in the video game displays. I'm going to show you a cow today in one of the videos. There's a classic designer named Pat Lawler. He would place a red button in the artwork of games that he developed. And the methods used to find the hidden items usually involve pressing the flipper buttons in a certain order or during specific events in gameplay. It's pretty cool stuff. So a lot of people don't realize there are Easter eggs in pinball machines, just like there used to be and still are in Blu-rays and DVDs for movie lovers out there. Since we're talking about movies based on pinball machines based on movies, I got that backwards. It's like I'm getting dyslexic or something. A couple of playing techniques of pinball. You have nudging. Players can influence the movement of the ball by moving or bumping the pinball machine, and that's known as nudging or shaking, and you try your hardest not to tilt the game so you don't lose the ball and lose any bonuses that you accumulated, because when you tilt, not only do you lose the ball, you lose the bonuses as well, which kind of sucks. And as well as anything else you might have had lit. You might have had the extra ball feature lit, then that goes away. When it resumes, you've lost that little perk that you had unlocked. So let's see here. There's another technique known as trapping the ball. I showed you that. I did a video on YouTube, my YouTube channel, the Nostalgic Podblast. I took the glass off of one of my pinball machines, Indiana Jones, the Pinball Adventure. And in that video, I showed how you trap a ball. Obviously, you press the flipper, which makes the flipper be upright, and then you can trap the ball. And that way you can aim it. You can aim the ball towards a target that you want to hit to get a mode bonus or an extra ball or whatever, or get multi-ball. Multi-ball. Well, I was going to talk about the manufacturing process. I'm going to do a video on that, showing the making of a pinball machine in the factory. It's pretty cool. So we'll talk about that another time. Let me just forge ahead here and get to some of the video. A lot of technical jargon I don't think would interest you about that I was going to talk about that I'll skip by that. There's video game simulations, which is very, very modern. I love the modern Star Wars pinball machines. Those are just really, really cool. And we're going to talk about a Star Wars pinball machine today from Data East. That was really the first Star Wars pinball machine, but I love video modes. And that's something that really came along like in the late 1980s. Let's see here. Last time, I went alphabetical. Like I said, I went A through I. I stopped with my machine, Indiana Jones, the Pinball Adventure. I have a prototype sample version. It's very rare. Talked about it last time, and I just referenced it in the video that I made. But I somehow omitted the black hole pinball machine in the letter B. That was a bad omission. That's a really cool game. And it's based, of course, on the Walt Disney movie, The Black Hole. Let me show you the movie poster for The Black Hole. And I will get to the chat in just a minute. I just want to allow people to join. I was late because I had issues on the video side. My internet went down. And just I had some technical problems I had to resolve. So I was like well over an hour late. So I apologize, but it couldn't be helped. Let me show you a picture of a couple movie posters for the movie The Black Hole by Walt Disney. And here is the one you're probably most familiar with. And of course, it's in full color. Here it is. There it is. I bet Al Hardy has it in his basement. Our buddy Al Hardy, he has tons of movie posters he's accumulated for free over the years for movie theaters that he managed. He's got a ton of, and now current movie theaters send him posters because he donated some to a really historic theater in the Atlanta, Georgia area called the Terra Theater. The owner remodeled it, and Al donated a lot of great materials that are on the walls at the Terra Theater. So in exchange, they send him pretty much all the modern posters, and they get him an Annie Oakley pass for not just free admission, but free refreshments as well at the Terra Theater. And I think also at the Plaza Theater. So anyway, there's the Black Hole poster A, and there is a nice little promotional piece for the Black Hole pinball machine. But I want to talk about the movie briefly, tell you about the box office and when it was released and all that stuff. It's directed by Gary Nelson. The screenplay was by Jerry with a G, like Jerry Dobson, friend of the show, friend of the Podblast, Nostalgia World Facebook group. The little Nostalgia World. There's two of them. There's one that's huge and one that's small. He's a smaller one, but I think he's got more members than I do in the Podblast. So no disrespect intended there, Mr. Author Jerry Dobson. Anyway, talking about Black Hole, the movie. Screenplay is by Jerry with a G, Jerry Day, and Jeb Rosebrook. With a story by Jeb Rosebrook, Bob Barbash, and Richard Landau. And it was released, and of course it starred Maximilian Schell and others. Anthony Perkins, of course, who played Norman Bates and Psycho, was in it. And Ernest Borgnine was in it. Had really good cinematography. It was released in London on December 18th, 1979, and released in the USA on December 21st, 1979. The budget was $20 million, but it earned domestically in the USA $35.8 million. So now let's talk about the pinball machine. I'm going to show you a clip of it since we missed it. I missed it last time, but let me just see something here. The pinball machine. I thought I pulled notes for that. I don't see my notes. Well, I'll just show you the that picture I had pulled up. There. The game was released in 1981. I want to tell you real quick how many units were made. Let me just pull that up. I love that artwork. Okay, here it is. Apologies. So it was released in 1981 by Gottlieb Pinball Manufacturers, and it's notable for having two play fields, one on top with a conventional slope and one mounted underneath. It reminded me of a game called Haunted House from around that time in the early 80s. I think Haunted House was released in 82. And the playfield underneath, it sloped away from the player. But you know what? It actually has no connection to the film. So that's the reason it wasn't on my list. But look at the doggone graphic, though. I mean, the graphic looks just like it. You know, I don't know if that's true. I assume it is, but I mean, damn. I mean, it was released almost 2 full years. Actually, over almost 2 years after the movie was released. But come on. It's like another one I want to show you later tonight, Attack from Mars. It's very similar to Mars Attacks, the Tim Burton movie. I love that pinball game. But anyway, so I guess I didn't make a mistake technically, but I think I should have talked about this game because it is very similar to the movie. Let's watch a little bit of the game in action in this clip that I pulled for you all today. Right here. This is the Black Hole Pinball Machine. Maybe it'll bring back some memories for some of you out there that are watching or listening. And even if you're listening, I want to direct you to where you can watch this. You can watch this on Twitch or the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group for 30 days. They auto-delete after 30 days, which blows. And then the YouTube channel. That's the best place to go. Anyone that's listening at Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta or Apple Podcast or Podbean or Spotify. There's quite a few of you listen, and literally a few. I'm kidding. Now, I'm grateful for everyone that listens. But if you want to see it, just go and Google search the Nostalgic Podblast, and then you'll see the YouTube channel at the top of your search or at any search engine of preference. Click that, click the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube, and then click the live tab, and you will see a thumbnail image of the Terminator 2 pinball game based on the T2 movie. And then you'll know you're in the right place. But I've made these clips. I pulled clips that were audio friendly in case you don't want to fool with that, and you just want to chill and maybe do some housework while you listen to the Nostalgic Podblast. That's cool too. But here is the Black Hole pinball game in action.
Welcome to the Classic Game Room Intergalactic Space Arcade, and if you've been watching this show for a while, you've probably noticed the Black Hole Pinball Machine, released by Gottlieb in 1981. This is Black Hole, an extremely fun, playable pinball machine, which is a lot more fun than being crushed by a real black hole in space. Not even light can escape a black hole, but a Vectrex can. In fact, that's where I got this one. It shot through the black hole and came out the other side and lives here. It also has feelings. And it feels like playing some black hole pinball with the split-level playing field, bright blue bumpers, and rotating backgrounds. Black Hole was, as I understand it, the first pinball machine to command a 50-cent per play price tag. No doubt, in order to pay for the maintenance on this thing. Like a real black hole pinball is known to suck the money out of operators' pockets. It can be a somewhat problematic pinball machine. As you can see, there's a lot of things that can go wrong with its split-level playing field and Gottlieb heritage. If you're going to own a black hole, just prepare to do some periodic maintenance on it. My re-entry attempt has failed. That reverse split-level playing field is part of what makes Black Hole so memorable. I loved this game when I was a kid back in the day. I would play it in the arcades with my dad all the time, and we still play it today. Black Hole is an extremely straightforward machine that can be very tricky, but never to the point where it's frustrating and annoying. Black Hole is always fun. Basically, what you're trying to do in this game is spell Black Hole with those drop targets in order, which increases the gravity level as you enter the black hole, increasing your score. You then try to get a 5 times multiplier, which really racks up the big points in the black hole. and eventually get multi-ball. But that's actually kind of a distraction, I think. As you can see, it has an awesome rotating black hole background where astronauts are being sucked into the black hole. Hopefully they get Vectrexes on their way out. It's a beautiful machine, and what's remarkable is that it manages to do that without a spaceship, dragon, or bikini-clad woman wielding an axe. 3 things I typically look for in pinball machine art. This one has astronauts, space, and planets. With a lot of blues and yellows, Black Hole has timeless styling. And I will forever be in love with that lower playing field. It's just the coolest pinball machine gimmick ever. Because it challenges you to play backwards, for one thing. You have to stay in there for a while and hit a bunch of the targets in order to escape the black hole if you come shooting out of there. And there's so much fun and challenge when trying to rack up a big multiplier and big score, because the key to getting a huge score in Black Hole is staying in the black hole. You can also easily lock a ball in the lower playing field and, with some more difficulty, lock a ball on the top playing field and then shoot a ball back down there, starting multi-ball, which enables you to play multi-ball across 2 levels. Which is like multi-dimensional multi-ball, but I think it looks cooler than it is. I spend my time trying to hit the drop targets and then get a 5 times multiplier, which gives you a huge score. This also has that crazy double right flipper design. You can easily lose balls on the left or right side. It's got a bumper on the bottom left. And it's just a wild machine that never plays the same twice. Like being sucked into a real black hole in space, you never know where you'll end up after playing black hole pinball. It's also got that cool 80s robot voice, and I'll frequently leave this machine on during the day, sometimes with the volume up, and it just sits there and taunts people. Do you dare enter the black hole? If you don't have the space, change, or desire to put a real black hole in your game room, they do generate a lot of gravity. This machine can be found in...
Yeah, I don't like those simulators. Okay, this thing went out again. Hang on a second. Let me check. I've learned. Oh, good. I thought my mic went out. Sorry about that. Yeah, so it has apparently no connection, they say, to the Black Hole movie, which I sort of doubt. I mean, come on, it's the same name. I'm surprised Disney didn't go after them for some sort of infringement or something. That's wild. Okay. Woo! So next up, we're getting back to the alphabetical list. Here's the actual part 2. I just wanted to mention that. Now we're to the letter J. We're skipping ahead to the letter J. Left off with Indiana Jones, the Pinball Adventure last time. Anybody's tuning in late, let's talk about this movie. This guy was really hot in Hollywood for quite some time, and he sort of fizzled out. I'm talking about Keanu Reeves and Johnny Mnemonic. There actually was a pinball machine based on this movie. Let's briefly talk about the movie, though. This was a 1995 pinball machine based on the movie that was released on May 26th, 1995 in the USA for Memorial Day weekend. It bombed, though. The budget was $26 million, but it only earned $19 million in the U.S. The director of the movie was Robert Longo, with a screenplay by William Gibson. But let's talk about the pinball machine. The pinball machine was released in 1995. And I'm going to show you a little promotional art piece for that pinball machine, which is right here. And I'll show a little video of it in a minute in play when someone's playing it. Let me change my camera shot so you can see my floating dismembered head down in the corner. Isn't that lovely? There we go. That's better. Hey. So there's Johnny Mnemonic, and let me tell you exactly how many units were produced. It was released in August of 1995. It's a 4-player pinball game by Williams Electronic Games Incorporated. A total of 2,756 Johnny Mnemonic pinball machines were manufactured. Now let's look at a video of the pinball machine in action. You have any quarters? You got any tokens? You don't need any here. Let's just watch the game being played together right now. This is Johnny Mnemonic.
Hey everybody, welcome back, and we're going to take a closer look at another game in my pinball machine collection as of 2009, and the one we're going to take a look at right now is Johnny Mnemonic. It's a game you don't hear very much about. It was not a very popular game. It did not break any records of any kind, and it was obviously based on a theme and a license that didn't really do it for a lot of people. Funny enough, I never even played a Johnny Mnemonic that worked, okay, until the York Pinball Show. There's a pinball show in York, PA that I love called the White Rose Game Room Show. It actually was the first show I'd ever been to like that. And at this show, the very first time I ever went, somebody brought a Johnny Mnemonic with them that worked, pretty much 100%. And it was the first time that some of the gimmicks worked, that the game flowed, and man, it was fast. And I loved it. You can get one at a reasonable price, but for a late model Williams dot matrix game, it's definitely worth the money. There were under 3,000 of them that were made, and you know, so from a rarity standpoint, there aren't that many of them, but the problem is the license itself is not very good. The movie, people hated. As a result, it just, people see it and I don't think they really want to play it. It's funny because it's actually designed by a designer that I really like, George Gomez. He actually has done a lot of great stuff like Monster Bash for Bally Williams, Corvette, and for Stern, he did Lord of the Rings and Batman Dark Knight, a couple really great machines. And Johnny Mnemonic is also one of his designs, and it's great if you like a game that you can look past the license for. It's funny, I always thought, you know, if they had called it Pinternet or something instead of Johnny Mnemonic, the game probably would have done better because it's fast, it's fun. If we're talking about gimmicks in a pinball machine, the main gimmick of Johnny Mnemonic is the glove. And it was also a main gimmick in the movie too, if you really think about it. It played a lot, it had a lot to do with the internet and how you access the internet. And in this case, the glove actually picks up the ball and moves it over to this little matrix. Keanu Reeves matrix. See what I did there? Anyway, it picks up the ball and it drops it into this matrix. And a lot of people hate the glove because it's the only time where the game really slows down, because Johnny Mnemonic's actually a pretty fast game when you get it working 100%. There's a lot of ramps and tight loops and stuff, but when the ball gets into the glove, it takes a while to actually get to the other side, and it's slow. But I actually like it because it uses these flipper buttons on the side kind of in a unique way. But it has to be working. I had to tear it completely apart because it was getting stuck, and I had to pretty much rebuild that area when I got it. Now it's working perfectly. The Johnny Mnemonic game actually follows the movie pretty closely. Right here on the playfield in the middle are a bunch of modes: upload, access code 1, access code 2, download, and NAS cure. And when you complete all those modes, play all those modes, you pretty much start the power down mode, which is all by itself here. That's sort of the wizard mode of the game. It's a really cool wizard mode because the entire game starts to shut itself down, and you have to sort of play it as long as you can. Every time you make a shot, it keeps things from shutting down, and it's kind of intense. It's a lot of fun. I love power down mode. Crazy Bob shot here adds a lot of extra little awards to the game. Of course, we talked about the glove, and once you fill up the matrix, that actually starts the jackpot / multi-ball mode, and that's how you can play the multi-ball in the game. There's a lot of other little things, a lot of loops and ramps that lead to things. There's no custom speech. It's all impersonators. They do a pretty decent job. I know a lot of people hate that, but I don't think it's actually that bad. I don't think it's the ugliest game ever designed, but I like it. I think it's a good game. I actually got my Johnny Mnemonic from a collector / friend of mine in Canada. He was actually driving by here on his way somewhere. He had a Johnny Mnemonic. He wanted a reasonable price, and so I went ahead and sprung for it. And it's in really great shape. The one thing I was pleased with this particular version is it does not have any cabinet fade. And a little bit of fade doesn't bug me, but what happens is the red here on the sides of the cabinet just fade to hell on the Johnny Mnemonics, and a lot of them you see are just completely pink or white or some other off red color. And the playfield actually is in great shape. Johnny Mnemonics in general don't tend to get too beat up just because they don't tend to get played that much, and people don't really like them that much. But this playfield's in great shape, doesn't have any problems. The one thing I did replace is I put a brand new spinner and sticker on this spinner. The spinner was actually busted, which happens often in Johnny Mnemonics. Here are a couple things I have for Johnny Mnemonic. Black flippers. I'm not a person who likes to modify his games, but when something is in the prototype stages or was removed for cost reasons or whatever, sometimes I like to retrofit the games with what they originally should have had or whatever. Johnny Mnemonic, if you look on the Johnny Mnemonic flyer, had black flippers initially, and then obviously that was changed to white. I put them on, but I didn't really care for them. The black blended in with the black rubber, and it looked funny, which is probably why they decided against it. So I still have a package of the black flippers. Johnny Mnemonic is not a keeper in my collection. At some point, I'll probably rotate it around and get something else. It doesn't really tug on my heartstrings at all because I didn't play it a lot as a kid, and it wasn't until I was much later in my life that I played it, and I don't have that urge to, I just can't sell this game. That's kind of usually the reason why I don't sell certain games. But for now, it's a great game, and I'll be keeping it for a while longer, and I like it a lot.
You are a master of power now.
Look past the license, give Johnny Mnemonic a chance. It is a fun game, especially if you like fast-moving loops and ramps and things like that. So that's my Johnny Mnemonic. I got it in 2004, and so I've had it for a little while. I'll see you next time.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Thanks for sharing that, buddy. I appreciate you. So let's see. Johnny Mnemonic. That actually is a really cool game, and I agree with everything he said. Next, another big movie, huge movie, and a great game based on a movie that begins with the letter J. What do you think that would be, chat? Let me say hey to the folks out there watching live. I haven't done that yet. I put a few comments on the screen just now. I saw Tracy out there, but I always play a little clip from Romper Room when I look at the chat and greet everybody that's watching live.
You had a good day today, friends. Yeah. I did.
I had a Superman day.
You had a Superman day? Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Spider-Man day.
Good, I'm glad to hear that. Well, you know what? Wait! You know what time it is? It's time for me to see the friends at home in the magic mirror. Romper bumper, stomper boo, tell me, do. Magic mirror, tell me today, did all my friends have fun at play? All my friends had fun today. I see David's having a special day today, and Olivia Joy had a special day on Sunday, and I see Robin had a special day yesterday, and Dana's having a special day today, and so is Reginald and Edward John and Margaret, and I see Justin and Megan and Courtney and Brick and Mark and Rachel and Sheila and Caroline are all having special days, and Cicely and Ashley and Matthew and Jose, and I see Bonnie and Anthony and Joe had special days yesterday, and so did Tammy and Brandon and Gregory, and of course, friends, you know I see you, and I'll see you again.
Hello, all you happy people. Hey, Droopy! I am not familiar with you, Droopy. I like Droopy. He's one of my favorite cartoon characters, and I love your YouTube identity of Droopy. That's pretty cool. Yeah, man. No, there wasn't a Bucky O'Hare pinball machine. I want to say hey to you, though, Droopy, and hey to Esmeralda watching in Washington State. And she said, I used to spend hours in bars drinking beer and playing pinball. Same here when they had pictures. Oh, yeah, that was a lot of fun. Definitely. I used to go to a place called Good Old Days Bar to play trivia, and they always had a nice pinball machine. I remember they had Theater of Magic. That was a great pinball machine by Bally from 1995, which is, you could play it if you're in Ackworth, in the Ackworth, Georgia area. over there at Portal Pinball. Last time I was there, recently, within the last month or so, they had Theater of Magic, and it was working. So hello to dear Tracy in the state of Florida, the Sunshine State. She's joined in on the fun. Hey to Southern California, Sarah, one of my power mods. My flock is everywhere. Hey to Snarky, Snark and Sass YouTube channel. She's in Arkansas State, a real nice lady with a pink wig that she wears on some show days. It looks really cool. I love when she says, take a chance. She does a little play on ABBA. I think that's cool. So hey to you. And some of my folks watching on Facebook Live, like Jerry Dobson's in the house, Joe Gutfeld, very loyal viewer, Jim Von Spiegel, Pinball Wizard. Yeah, Snarky, absolutely. And, I didn't put this one on the list. There was a pinball machine, The Who. It's called Tommy, The Who. Now, Tommy was a movie, but it also was a record album. So I'm going to just say it's based on the movie as well. It was from Data East, and it was a kind of a cool pinball machine. One of the early ones that licensed music. And I want to say it was from 1990. I remember playing it when it was brand new at a laser tag place. I didn't play laser tag. I went there to play the pinball machines, what I did. So anyway, that's a good one. Pinball Wizard. Elton John, I love that song too, Pinball Wizard. But I love Tommy. I love The Who and Tommy. Something Fierce. The Acid Queen. That was played by Tina. She passed away. Beyond Thunderdome. Man, that getting old sucks. My brain cells are fried. Tina, somebody help me in the chat. Tina Turner, for goodness sakes. Gee, that's scary. I couldn't remember her name. Keep disappearing here as we're live. Anyone watching the video, I got pinball machines in the background. Droopy said, I used to tilt the machines. We all did. And the cool thing about pinball is you could find a free game. When you're a kid, people would either match or they would replay and they'd walk away. And you press that little start button, it would start up, and it would just make your day, wouldn't it? Free pinball. That's the cool thing is you can win a free game. Unlike video games, video games, you had to keep putting quarters in for additional life. Like in a game like Smash TV from 1990, that was a very violent shoot 'em up game, but I loved it. And I kept putting quarters into that thing to complete the puzzle and get it to the end. Droopy said, I used to play at Shakey's Pizza in 1982. Here in the Atlanta, Georgia area, we didn't have a Shakey's Pizza. I know that's a Northeast thing. And I think they're in Southern California. Somebody out there correct me. Joe. Hey, Joe Gutfeld. I was just talking about you watching Facebook Live. Hello to you. And Joe said, I think pinball machines are cool. Let's see. I do too, obviously. Have you done a review of the Rocky pinball machine? No, I have not. I have not, sir. We're going in alphabetical order. Thanks, Keebler, one of my power mods, for putting up the show phone line, 770-438-1050. No one really calls anymore. It's just more. It's easier to just put a comment on the screen, just type it, than call in. Hey to Lance Chafin. He is in Kansas City, Missouri, if I'm not mistaken. Hey to Rick's Radio. I almost said Ricky's Radio. I always screw that up, and I call you Ricky's Radio. Rick's Radio. Afternoon sesh. How you doing, man? Cheers to you, sir. And I think I'm about caught up. The deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays mean pinball. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, man. Pinball Wizard. The tilt light would flash. Yes, it would, Droopy. Let's see here. Esmeralda says, one good thing about being so small is I could tilt a game, but never enough to shut it down. So you never slam tilt it, right? That's pretty cool. Happy you're here. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Okay, let me try to get caught up. My flock says, Chance has caught dyslexia from me. Let's see. Interesting poster. Yeah, that's what, the Johnny Mnemonic? I have a lot of, I pulled movie posters for all the movies we're going to talk about today. Oh, the black hole poster. I saw the black hole. I did too in the theater, Tracy. It wasn't one of my favorites, but I certainly do not dislike the movie. And it was definitely scary in some parts of the movie. It's a well-made movie. I like the robots in it. The black hole sun. Yeah, the black sun. Space 1999, they called the black hole a sun. They actually had an episode titled The Black Sun, S-U-N sun. not S-O-N, son. We're not talking a racist thing here. We're talking scientific thing here. Actually, it's Miss Science. It was a British writer, totally screwed that up over in England that wrote some of those Space 1999 scripts. Black Sun. Red Dwarf. Give me a break. Now, Red Dwarf's a real phenomenon. Okay, we get caught up here. People are saying hey to each other. I love that. I love that. Love the camaraderie. I used to have black hole pajamas, said Joe Gutfeld in New York State. Jerry Dobson, just talking about you earlier, sir. Hope the book's coming along well that you're writing. He said, I enter the room via KIT. KIT was the car in Knight Rider. What did KIT stand for? If you recall in the pilot, a wealthy man played by the great Richard Basehart, who died in 1984. He's best known for playing Admiral Nelson of the Seaview and Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. Just the TV version. Walter Pidgeon played the character in the 1961 20th Century Fox movie directed by Irwin Allen. But he played this wealthy guy, and he voiced the opening. Richard Basehart did, Admiral Nelson, to Knight Rider. A lonely man. It sounded like he was kind of like drooling almost in the way he narrated that opening of Knight Rider. A shadowy figure. So I should remember. That wasn't one of my shows. I like Knight Rider, but what does KIT stand for? That was the car that Michael Knight drove, and this rich industrialist built KIT, and he died in the pilot. And sadly, Richard Basehart died in 1984 of cancer in real life. But it stood for Knight Industries 2000. Like if you spell out 2000 with letters, it's T for TWO, T for THOUSAND. So Knight, as in Michael Knight, his last name, Knight, like a Jedi Knight with a K, or a knight like you're knighted by the Queen of England or King of England, as it were these days. Anyway, hey, Jerry Dobson, in his room like KIT. Joe Gutfeld had said, I went to McDonald's for the Happy Meal Black Hole set. Oh, that's cool. Is BBB on tonight? Yeah, I think she is. I'm not going to be on there. I have, or on Eric's stream tomorrow. He invited me, but I have, my mom's and niece's birthdays are coming up, so we're doing an early double birthday celebration tomorrow. So, no, I won't be on BBB. I let her know, and I'm certainly not mad at anybody over there. I just, I've had a lot of things going on, so I'll be back, but I'm not going to be on the night, but she'll be, so by all means, check it out. Brainbender's Banter. She had texted me the questions, and I let her know I got to go to bed early, and I'm pretty exhausted. I've been working really hard lately. Esmeralda caught me. I do housework while I listen to you. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I try to make it audio friendly, even though we're sort of segueing into basically a television show, thanks to YouTube and YouTube Live. And, people can watch on their televisions if they stream YouTube. All you need is a Roku device or a smart TV, and it's free. And there's less ads. Like if you don't want to pay for the paid YouTube platform, which is ad free, little tip. If you watch YouTube on a television, there is an ad typically in the beginning, but it's not as frequent as when you watch on a phone or a laptop. Our friend Al Hardy's complaining. He goes, Chance, every time I watch your stuff, all these ads pop up. I can't stand it. I don't care for that. I know, man. I'm sorry, but I'm sharing a lot of rare material, and that instead of charging a membership, I'm not going to do memberships on the Nostalgic Podblast channel anyway. I just, you got to deal with ads. I'm sorry, but if you watch on a television, you won't have ads, generally speaking. Maybe at the beginning, and that's it. Was there a Space 1999 pinball machine? Not yet, my flock, but there's a rumor, it has been for some time, there's going to be a Space 2099 reboot of the show, and maybe then they'll finally have some decent merchandising. I didn't think Mattel did a great job with the giant Eagle transport. It didn't look to scale. I mean, not to scale like a giant Eagle spacecraft, but it just didn't look right. As a toy, I didn't like the way it was. I like the Dinky. That was the name of a die-cast metal toy company. They made a USS Enterprise based on the Enterprise of the classic TV show, and then the motion picture version, and they made the Klingon ship, but they also made a Space 1999 Eagle. I have one right here. This is a Dinky Eagle spaceship. This was more my speed in terms of the design. I probably have to turn off the backdrop so you can see it. Hang on a second. Let me shut off the arcade so that you can see this Eagle spacecraft. I'm going to change my camera shot too. Give me a second, and I'll get back to the topic at hand, pinballers. Okay, let me take that off. There's the eagle. That's the Dinky Eagle, and it's really cool. I don't like the colors, though. In the show, it was typically white, and you had a rescue eagle that had, like, red on the sides, like an ambulance. But this little compartment comes off. Wait a second. Oh, yeah, here's the button. You press this little doohickey, and then the little cab comes out. It's just well made. I mean, it's the way it looks in the show. Brian Johnson did the special effects. Oh, looky here. There's Brian Johnson, the guy that did the special effects. He's on the right. Those are eagles. Let me take it out of this so you can see the photo without so much glare. Well, there still is glare, but there's a nice little photo of and that's a big model of the moon, the Earth's moon. That's a big model behind him. It's not superimposed. That's actually a giant model. I think that's pretty cool. So there's your Dinky Eagle. Okay, let me get back on topic with pinball. So that means let me put my arcade image back up. There we go. And let's see here. Oh, Esmeralda said, I don't think I ever played this one. It looks like a lot of fun. What, the Black Hole or Johnny Mnemonic? I'm probably so far back to my Black Hole. Joe Gutfeld said, I remember a Last Starfighter pinball machine. I beg to differ, sir. I think I know what you're thinking of, but it wasn't Last Starfighter. They didn't even make the video game. Remember at the end of the movie, it said coming soon. They promised a sequel and a video game. Neither ever came to fruition. Not yet, anyway. So let's see here. Bear with me, guys. I'll get back on. I bet it's Jaws. I'm going to do trivia. You're always asking me, are you going to do trivia? I'm going to have trivia for prizes. Pinball trivia. I'm going to have about a dozen questions or so. Giving away Star Wars Topps cards from 1977. Your choice. Or, of course, the usual Batman 1989 Topps cards. It's like magic. It's like a magic trick. Look at my sleight of hand. Isn't that something? Or, of course, Sarah's favorite movie, not Grease, from 1978. These are vintage cards from the 70s and 80s. The Grease cards are from 78. Star Wars from 77. And Batman. I don't think I mentioned this yet, from 1989. Oh, you guessed. It is Jurassic Park. That's the next pinball machine based on a movie in alphabetical order. I said there was a huge movie, big popular game too, and it was Jurassic Park. Excellent. Great job. Tommy was briefly a Broadway musical in New York City. Yes, it was. Always wanted to see it. It sure was. Tina Turner. Yep. Tina Turner. That's scary. I couldn't remember her last name. Jeez. Night Industries 2000. Joe, you had guessed it. My trivia question before I even revealed the answer. That's impressive, Joe Gutfeld, New York State. Have a great time. I will. We're going to go to a restaurant called Canoe. It's in the Vinings area, not far from where I live. And we're going to have a nice meal, nice brunch tomorrow. So I'll be away from home. I said, and I'm going to play some games of Scrabble with Ma. I'll go to their house afterwards and play Scrabble. We do that as often as we can. Tracy said, I like dinky toys. Yes, and I have I don't know if it's in this room. I have a small USS Enterprise and the Klingon ship, and those were cool. The Klingon ship was from the motion picture, and it was like a deep blue. It was like this Pepsi can blue. It looked like that color, and I have both. They're really fun. And well-made toys, not like the crap we get today, right? The kids today, all their stuff is just cheap junk for the most part. I don't mean to be negative. We're a positive show here. But these toys were very well made. All right. I like the pinball machine's backdrop. Thank you. Yeah, it's my virtual arcade. I really have two, though. I have Cyclone from 1988, Williams, and I have said this many times, Indiana Jones, The Pinball Adventure, a rare prototype sample model it was better made. It had steel parts where they had a budget cut and they produced cheap plastic parts instead of the steel that mine has. Thank you, Sarah. She's watching on Facebook Live too and YouTube. Man, appreciate you. Let me get back to the fun here. Joe Gutfeld says, I didn't have any cards of the original Star Wars movie. Well, you will now. If you get one of these questions right, I'll send you 5. That's what I said. I haven't mentioned. I'll send 5 cards, your choice. And not every trivia question will be worthy of that. There's some that are just so easy. I'll let you know, and we'll get to the trivia. I'll explain the rules. It's really simple. Just basically, it's the first person that comments with the correct answer and it says the word claim. You got to say claim. Some people play and they don't care about the cards. They just want to play trivia. So it's up to you. If you want the prize, say claim. And the first person that gets the answer right gets the prize. And tell me choose what cards you want, which 5 cards from what set. Keebler said he means he's going to lose some games of Scrabble with Mom. We usually tie. We've been playing like maybe 4 games, and we're pretty consistent where she'll win 2 and I'll win 2. It's really even. Jerry Dobson said David Hasselhoff and William Daniels, the voice of Kit, of course. He's still alive. Him and Bonnie Bartlett are still married. She was in Little House on the Prairie and many other things. They're both great actors, and they're still married. Bonnie Bartlett and William Daniels, and they're in their upper 90s. Of course, younger folks remember him as Mr. Feeney. He was in 1776 also. A great miniseries, very underrated, historical. But he's a phenomenal actor. But William Daniels, yes. And he never met Hasselhoff except for one time. And I'll play that clip. It's in my library of clips. So I'll just save it for another time. Preferably not when he passes away. Hopefully he's going to make it beyond 100 years of age. But I will play that clip. And it was after the show had ended when they finally met, David Hasselhoff and William Daniels. But Jerry said David Hasselhoff, the Hoff, and William Daniels never performed together. That's true. Their voices were pre-recorded for the show, right? Because William Daniels did post-production work. He voiced several episodes, voiced Kit in the booth there. When they were in the car, their voices were done separately. Correct. It's just a stagehand reading the script, which is kind of typical. You've seen that in many movies and TV shows. If you look at outtakes, yeah, that happens a lot. I have British Taxis. There's a great pinball game called Taxi. I played that at that pizzeria I mentioned earlier. Solar Slice Pizza, Marietta, Georgia. They have Taxi. Very fast-paced game from 1988. I love that game. I have British Taxis made by Dinky. That's pretty cool, Tracy. Chance sends great cards as a prize. Thank you, hon. You've won before. You can attest to the fact I mail quickly. Now, if Danny's Staten right there, he says, I'm still waiting on my sticker, the Nostalgic Podblast sticker that you promised me. And he's right. I need to get that out. But he didn't win them. I just said, yeah, I'll send them to you. I never did. I should have done my little button. Okay, let's get on with the pinball. That's what most people are here to talk about and watch and learn about. It's pinball. Keebler just said, where's that Garbage Pail Kids trading card of collecting Chance? I don't know. You made me one. I got to pull that up. She made me one with AI because I always wanted a Garbage Pail Kid with my name Chance. That's a Garbage Pail Kid. That's a sticker. I'll mail that to Dan one of these days. Dan in South Carolina. Diaper Dan. They were gross out cards. They were funny. Hell, they had like 5 or 6 series at least. And my sister gave me some for a gift recently. They've reissued a lot of these, and they come up with some new ones. They've had a little comeback, the Garbage Pail Kids. People got in trouble bringing those to school. Some teachers didn't like them, especially if the kid had one in the teacher's name, because there were gross out cards, usually with boogers and crazy things like that. Joe Gutfeld said William Daniels was Dustin Hoffman's dad in The Graduate. Yes, he was. I had a 16mm film print of that movie, but I never cared for that movie. Even though I had in my personal life a similar experience, I had an inappropriate relation when I was 18 with I shouldn't talk about it. Anyway, yes, and who else was in that was Catherine Ross, who played the bride, Dustin Hoffman's fiance, yeah, and Anne Bancroft from The Miracle Worker, along with years before The Graduate was released. I think it was released, in 67? Hello, Darkness, My Old Friend. Mrs. Robinson, Simon and Garfunkel, title track. Anne Bancroft, who was the wife for a long time of Mel Brooks. Did you know that? But she was the hussy in that movie that was seducing Dustin Hoffman's character. But I liked her in The Miracle Worker, Anne Bancroft. Okay. Yes, The Graduate was a great movie. It was. It just wasn't my thing. It was so dated. I sold it. I got a good price for it. It was a nice scope print, good color. I got rid of it. I got rid of a lot of features because with 16mm film, it's not in stereo. TV shows, it doesn't matter. TV shows, at least shows from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, for most of the 80s, were not in stereo. They were mono track. So since 16 is mono, you don't lose anything. You gain. When you watch a TV show on 16mm film, if it's a good print, you gain big picture. If you have a nice lens, like I do, a 65 millimeter lens, and you pipe the sound through like a board or several speakers like I do, it's like you're enhancing the experience. And it actually, with that 65 millimeter lens, the image is sharper than 1080p. It's more like 1400 progressive. I mean, it's like not quite 4K, but you see incredible details with 16 millimeter film through a good lens. Okay, so let's get back to pinball. I think we're all caught up. We'll get to our friends at Remind Magazine in a bit, but we got to talk about some pinball machines based on movies. Where we left off, the letter J, Tracy got it right. This was a huge movie, obviously, and there were several pinball machines based upon this movie. Of course, I'm talking about Jurassic Park. I'm going to show you the movie poster for Jurassic Park. That's an iconic movie poster. Let's talk briefly about this mega successful movie. Obviously, it was directed by Steven Spielberg, based on the book by Michael Crichton, and Sam Neill, who previously played the son of Satan in The Final Conflict, The Omen Part 3. Sam Neill has always freaked me out ever since then. I didn't like him much in the Jurassic Park movies. It's because I'm biased. It's because his performance was so chilling and so good as Damien Thorne in The Final Conflict. I just thought he was creepy as hell. So, but Sam Neill, of course, is the star of Jurassic Park. Laura Dern, the daughter of Bruce Dern, and the original Flo in the movie Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. Jeff Goldblum. Who the hell was that? Diane Ladd. That's right. Diane Ladd is her mom. Laura Dern. Diane Ladd. Her parents are Bruce Dern. Jesus, excuse my Lord. Excuse me, Lord. Laura Dern's parents are Bruce Dern and Diane Ladd. Okay, I got it out. Thank you. Take 3. And she's, of course, in this movie. She's a fine actress. I just never cared for her. I don't know why. I'm just a little picky son of a bitch. Jeff Goldblum, who I do like, of course, is in this movie. And then before he was big in Seinfeld, actually, he had Wayne Knight, Newman. Just a great movie, great dinosaur movie. It really topped The Lost World by Irwin Allen. That's for damn sure. With the effects, it topped Land of the Lost. It became the best dinosaur movie of all time. Jurassic Park, released on June 9th, 1993 at the Uptown Theater, and wide release on June 11th, 1993. The budget was $63 million, but it earned over $1 billion at the worldwide box office. It earned $1.058 billion with a budget of $63 million. Do the math. That's a huge profit. But there have actually been 4 pinball adaptations of the Jurassic Park film franchise. I want to show you just the one. I'm just going to show you the one today, this one. And let's look at a clip of the game in action. Let me switch on over to my clips and we'll look at it together. This is Jurassic Park. It's a really fun game. And some quick facts about that game before I roll the clip, actually. Data East, who is not my favorite pinball manufacturer, they used a lot of cheap plastic instead of metal or steel. And some of the games, like their Simpsons game from 1989, it just played kind of, I can't describe it. It wasn't as well made as a Williams or a Bally pinball machine, in my opinion. They got better as they went along. I'm going to show you a Data East Star Wars pinball machine tonight. But anyway, Data East did produce this Jurassic Park game, released in June of 1993 at the same time as the film. And as I said, there have been 4 pinball adaptations from the Jurassic Park movies. There is a Sega 1997 The Lost World pinball machine, which is based on the second movie of the series. But then there's also a virtual table, which I don't think counts, developed by Zen Studios for the 25th anniversary of Jurassic Park. And there's a new physical table, though. This does count, released by Stern Pinball a year after the 25th anniversary of Jurassic Park. So what would that be? 93 to 03, 03 to 13, 13, 14, 14. That'd be 2018, wouldn't it? 2019, the year after. So 2019, to do some quick math, Stern Pinball released a 25th anniversary Lost World pinball machine, or Jurassic Park pinball machine. Okay, so let's now look at a clip. And by the way, there's 9,008 of these of the first 1993, June 1993 Jurassic Park pinball machine by Data East. So now finally, let's look at a clip of the game in action. Let's play it together, shall we?
Welcome to Jurassic. Shoot again. Take it over, Troy. Upper ready. Welcome to Jurassic. Upper ready. Let's get
just love the sounds that those machines make. I think they're cool. I know it's kind of a long clip, but I just love it, love it, love it. What do you think? Let's see what comments came in here. It reminds me of Christmas. I always love the music for Jurassic Park, said Esmeralda. She said, I was taken by the fact that the music makes you feel like something big is about to happen, something epic. Indeed, that's John Williams, the musical maestro master, created that music. I love the lights, said Tracy in Florida. I know, it is fun. It looks like fun. Yeah, wouldn't you like to have an ice cold beer and play that game? And you're right, yeah. Newman from Seinfeld. Yeah, and this would be filmed in 1992, so I think it would have been before he joined the cast of Seinfeld. I know it was, because Seinfeld hit, what, in 1989 was the pilot, and really 1990. It almost got canceled after the first year, but I digress. Very cool, said Sarah. Well, thank you for enjoying that clip and watching that clip. It was a rather long one. So let's see where we left off. We have a film now that wasn't so big. It actually made money, but not a lot of money. And they made a pinball machine. There was a lot of hype about this movie, a lot of anticipation. It did not live up to the hype. Let me show you the movie poster, and I'll reveal the movie I'm talking about. We're in the letter L, by the way. Letter L for loser. No, this movie was a loser. Not that it made money, but it wasn't a Jurassic Park, that's for sure. So let me switch on out. And I already mentioned this, but in terms of the Jurassic Park, classic Jurassic Park, there were 9,008 that were produced and made and manufactured. So now the big reveal. What movie had a pinball machine made for it when they thought it would be a big hit? It was The Last Action Hero. There's the movie poster. Movie that starred, of course, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And who else was in it was Art Carney, believe it or not. Now, it was directed by a director, certainly wasn't a Steven Spielberg, John McTiernan, with a screenplay by Shane Black and David Arnott, with a story by Zach Penn, Z-A-K is how he spells his name, Z-A-K, Zach Penn and Adam Leff. And it was released, oh, geez, I just lost my notes. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yes, I can speak. I don't know why all of a sudden I'm doing an accent. It was released and distributed by Columbia Pictures on June 13th, 1993. Wow, right at the same time as Jurassic Park. No wonder it tanked. But its budget was $85 million. Well, hell, it was a bigger hit than I remembered. It earned $137.3 million. Now, I didn't hit it over $1 billion like Jurassic Park, but still, that is not a flop like Johnny Mnemonic that lost money. Budget of $85 million, but it earned $137.3 million worldwide. So isn't that funny, huh? How our memories just, I remember it being a total dud, but I mean, hell, that's a successful film, actually. In terms of the pinball machine, it also was released in June of 1993 to coincide with the release of the film. And there were 9,008 of these machines that were made. Let me show you the little promotional piece. Wrong. I have two of these in here. That was the movie poster. I don't know why I got the poster in there twice. Let me delete you. There is the promotional poster for The Last Action Hero pinball machine. And I thought that kid was Jonathan Taylor Thomas from Home Improvement, starring Tim Allen, but it's not. Let me look at the cast again. Yeah. Nope, that was not Jonathan Taylor Thomas. I mean, I bet the film would have done better had he been cast in that role as the kid. But I remember the kid's like a little dreamer, like the kid. He gets in trouble innocently because he's not staying on task. I only saw it once, but there's the pinball machine. And it's a cheap Data East machine, but I played it. It was brand new. Let's look at a little bit of the gameplay for The Last Action Hero pinball machine, and I'll put your comments on the screen while the video rolls. Let me see how long this video is. Hopefully it's not that long of a clip. I don't mind it. I've been told by Al Hardy, who's a broadcast expert, that long clips, bad. Long clips are bad. But I think when it comes to YouTube and the visual element, they're not that bad. I think that's fun because you can see more of the elements of the games that I'm trying to highlight. I know pinball people don't mind. Okay, so here is the Last Action Hero pinball game. It's about 4 minutes, 30 seconds long. I might cut it short, but let's watch this together. The game was actually not bad. There's a big crane in it, like the crane scene. There's a big action scene with the crane in Last Action Hero, and there's a big yellow crane on the play field. You'll see right here. Press start, buddy. I don't have all night.
Be or not to be. And Hamlet is taking out the trash. Not very good. I'll be back.
He sure did like that music, didn't he? Anyway, I wanted to share that with y'all. I remember it being kind of a fun game for a Data East machine. Now, continuing with the letter L for pinball machines based on popular movies. Can you guess another popular movie? This was a film franchise. The title begins with the letter L. There was a pinball machine. I'll give you the year. It was released 1993. Another 1993 machine. What movie do you think was released? I'll tell you the release date of the film that this game was based on. Forgive me, it was 1992. May 15th, 1992 is when this movie was released. Had a budget of $35 million, but it made $321.7 million. So it was a major success. It almost made $300 million bucks. What do you think it would be? It's the third film in the franchise, and they made, I believe, 4 in this franchise. It begins with the letter L. Let's see if anyone guessed it in the chat. Letter L. Letter L. Lion King. Hey, Danny State in South Carolina. No, it's not Lion King. It's the third film in a series. I'll just reveal it. There's no Jaws pinball machine, Mr. Dobson. All right, so let's see. At least not that I'm aware. Now I got to double check it. Maybe I'm wrong. Was there a more modern Jaws machine? I didn't think there was one. There should be one, but Universal owns that trademark. All right, I'll just reveal what it is and show you the movie poster. All right, let's see if there's any other guesses. Lost World. Hey, Mr. Von Spiegel. No, we covered Jurassic Park, but there was a Lost World. That's actually a good guess. You know what? That's a great guess. That is a logical guess, but that's not the right one. But that was a good guess. It's a film franchise. This movie was released in 1992 for Memorial Day weekend, 92. Third in a series, very popular movie. I'll just reveal it right now. Pinball game was based on this movie. Obviously, I wouldn't be talking about it. Talking about Lethal Weapon 3. Obviously starring Mel Gibson and Danny Glover and Joe Pesci in the third one. Renee Russo was in the movies. I never cared for her much. I like her acting. She wasn't one of those actresses that lit my fire. But she's awesome. She was good as Thor's mother years later. But anyway, I digress. Lethal Weapon 3. Here's what the pinball machine artwork looked like. The promotional art. I like that a lot. But in terms of the movie, I already mentioned the release date and how much money it made and the director. You know, I pretty much said everything about the movie I wanted to, so we'll just talk about the machine. The machine was released in August of 1992, although the movie was released on May 15th, 1992, just a couple of weeks before Memorial Day weekend. But the game, let's see how many units they made for this machine. I played it in college. It was in our one of our rec rooms. Had the Lethal Weapon pinball machine based on the trilogy. And Data East made it. It wasn't a bad Data East game. It had music by Brian L. Schmidt, sound by Brian L. Schmidt. There were 10,000 of these machines made. So there's 10,000 or were 10,000 of them out there. I'm sure some were sadly lost in a fire or some catastrophe like that, a tornado over the years. But there were 10,000 that were made. And hell, they could probably make more, get the schematics, and you could produce more. Stern could probably reissue any game they wanted if they could get past the licensing issues. So anyway, there is the game artwork. I know I just showed that. Let's look at a clip of the game in action. And I have that right here for y'all. We got some other nostalgic stuff to talk about. And the trivia game will be after the pinball. The pinball won't be much longer. I mean, we're running out of games based on popular movies, believe it or not, because we did part 1 a month ago. I covered a lot of them a month ago, A through the letter I. We're doing J through Z tonight. All right, here is the Lethal Weapon 3 pinball machine. I will show you a couple different angles of it. I won't be too long with this clip, but here is, I like this version. I have 2 videos to show you from this Data East Lethal Weapon 3 pinball machine. Let's look at this.
On the spread.
Fight! I got a bad reputation. What Leo won, Leo gets. I got a bad reputation. I got a bad reputation. I'm driving. No! I'm driving.
Extra ball is lit.
Police officer. Action. Now. Here comes trouble. Police are
Leo gets. Okay. Okay.
He's getting away. Jackpot! 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 You have no choice. Yeah. Action. Now. 1, 2, 3.
What Leo wants, Leo gets. Okay.
Trouble. You have no choice.
Leo gets.
You have no choice. Getting away. You have no choice. Jackpot! 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 Getting away. Jackpot! Action. Blue one. No, red one. Now.
What Leo wants, Leo gets. Okay.
I got a bad reputation.
I love that angle. I think that's cool. He took the glass off of his machine to film it, like I did with Indiana Jones, but he did it much better than I did. But I think that was really an interesting video. A little long, but I thought that was kind of cool. Let me now pull up the next one to show you. Of course, I knew there was a Jaws. I was just messing with Jerry Dobson in Michigan State. course there's a Jaws pinball machine. But thank you, Danny Staten. He said he sent me a picture. My phone isn't with me. It's in another room charging up somewhere. But I appreciate that, man. I knew that, though. I'm always save the best for last. You know that. Let me now. In fact, I'll go ahead and cover it now. What the hell? Let me get the photo that I'd pulled for it. It was from 2017, so it's more of a modern pinball machine based on the classic film, the blockbuster Steven Spielberg film based on the novel by Benchley. Let me now show you the movie poster for Jaws. The classic movie poster, I might add. Of course, it was released in the summer of 1975. Great John Williams music. There's the movie poster. And the facts I'd pulled up. It was released June 20th, 1975 for summer of 75. The budget was $9 million. The shark kept breaking, but it earned $476.5 million at the box office. It was number one for a long time. Great classic movie. There were 4 Jaws original films. And the pinball game from 2017 looks like this. There it is. And I guess we can go ahead and look at the clip. What the hell? I'll go ahead and play the clip of the game. This is actually from Stern Electronics, the manufacturer, the ones who manufacture the Jaws pinball game, talking about it. And this is from their official Stern YouTube channel. Let's watch.
Hey everybody,
oh no, it's got the theme.
Pinball. And what you see right here is the beginning of Stern Pinball Shark Week. This is the Jaws game
I may need to delete
wanted.
this.
It's got absolutely everything you can imagine. It's got film clips from all of the Jaws films. It's got an award-winning soundtrack with John Williams music. It's got custom speech from Richard Dreyfuss. And of course, it's got what is going to be the most famous shark in pinball. You all know that I'm very proud of the
Isn't that cool?
studio here at Stern Pinball. This comes from the monster makers, the guys that gave you Jurassic Park and Godzilla. This is the biggest monster they've
no glass
yet. From Mr. Elwin, Mr. Drake, and Mr. Nagel. You're going to want to play this. It's a beautiful 4th of July weekend in Amity Island. You're Quint the bounty hunter. Pretty soon, you're going to be in the fight of your life against the great white. Hit the chum bucket to put blood in the water. That'll lure the great white out. Wait till you see the effect on the playfield. Firing the harpoon at the shark fin is just the beginning of your epic battle against the great white. Of course, the great white is the star of the show and the focus of your epic battle. On the pro game, he's shown busting out of a shark cage. And on the premium and limited edition, you'll have to fight to get him to come out from under the playfield. The game features Stern's best-in-class technology, both physical and digital. With Insider Connected, we will continue to extend the fun of the game. You'll have all of the usual things that you're used to, achievements, and of course a whole new set of Jaws-focused quests. But you'll also have a new career system that we're introducing in the game, which will allow you to enhance your bounty hunter rank as you play through events in the game. Like all of our games, Jaws Pinball has lots of secret features. You'll have to discover the 3D video mode, and you might want to flip the script and play as the Great White. And now who better than the designer himself, Keith Elwin, to give you a closer look at all of the features of Jaws Pinball.
Wow. Yeah, I got to talk over this music, guys. Sorry about that. Stop the stupid music.
I'm Keith Elwin, lead game designer of our newest pinball machine, Jaws. We wanted to bring you the Jaws game you've always dreamed of. Loaded with assets from the film, custom speech by Richard Dreyfuss,
Shoot again!
and the iconic John Williams theme music will instantly transport you to Amity Island. Let's dive into these game features.
Now they're talking over the music, so if YouTube gives me grief, it won't be right.
For Jaws Pinball, you are taking the role of Quint. You are out hunting sharks. You are collecting bounties.
This shark, what are you holding?
One of the unique sculpts on this game
Robert
is a
Shaw.
custom sculpted chum bucket. It's a kinetic sculpt. You bash the captive ball. You are chumming the water to attract the shark to the surface. And we have this cool LED effect of blood in the water. Use the mini flipper to shoot the harpoon lane and bring up the fin for a quick shot. Shoot the moving fin target when it pops up. To begin a shark encounter, bash the fishing boat until the shark comes up. Bash the shark
Isn't that
to
cool?
shark encounter modes. The LE and premium versions of the game feature an upper playfield themed as the Orca. To access this, you shoot what we call the
love
raise
upper
ramp, which is
playfields.
a large 180 ramp located in the back of the machine. Once on the upper playfield, you can shoot the lookout tower, which is the big ramp. A horizontal spinner themed as the Orca steering wheel. And then shots to Hooper's steering wheel feed the mini flipper on the bottom playfield.
Isn't that awesome? What a fun game. I love it. They have it at Portal Pinball.
Track your progress, collect and redeem shark teeth to unlock special modes in the game. Over on the right side, we have the horizontal spinner. It's a fishing reel. You shoot the spinner, and it simulates you reeling in your bounty shark. There are 3 multi-balls, so you can progress through the entire story of Quint versus the shark. Shoot the drop targets to activate the fish finders. Complete Fish Finder for additional modes and awards. Visit Quint's Shack to unlock bounty hunt modes and gear.
Isn't that a wickedly cool game? I was saving the best for last, but I didn't want anyone to think I didn't know what I was talking about. So thanks to Stern Electronics for letting me share that awesome promotional video that they put together to promote that from 2017. That was pretty cool. All right, so next up, Esmeralda says, I agree. It looks like a great pinball game. It sure is. Tracy asked, I just wanted to ask, did the shark have a name? Dead meat. All right, let's see what's next on our list here. Getting back to the pinball games based on popular movies. Let's see. I left off with Lethal Weapon 3. Next, we're in the letter M. This is a tricky one. This was a movie from the 1990s, released in 1994. And it was a pretty scary movie based on a monster. Begins with the letter M. What pinball game do you think I'm talking about? I'll just go ahead and I'm going to wait for the delay to catch up, give people a chance to guess. Letter M, released in 1994. A movie about a monster. See if anybody wants to guess. Well, the shark's name was Bruce, named after Steven Spielberg's lawyer. Jerry Dobson, watching on Facebook Live, and the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, answered Tracy in Florida. Tracy Jerry is in Michigan State, and he's just written a book. That's right. I knew somebody would get it. Okay, so Tracy, The Munsters. No, it's a movie. That's a TV show. That's a good guess, and you're very, very close. It's a movie from 1994. I'll just go ahead and reveal it with the photograph of the movie poster, and then we'll talk about the pinball machine. I don't think this clip is too long. We actually don't have that many. I think we only got about 13 or 14 pinball machines to cover. So we're sailing right along. We'll get to the trivia in just a minute if Joe Gutfeld's out there. That's all he really wants to see is the trivia and try to win some cards I'm giving away tonight. Well, it was the letter M for Mary Shelley, the author of Frankenstein. There's the movie poster. Here, let me take Tracy's guess off so you can see the poster better. There's the movie poster. And let's talk about the movie, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, directed by Kenneth Branagh, with a screenplay by Frank Darabont, who, of course, directed The Shawshank Redemption and The Walking Dead pilot, Days Gone By, his version of The Mist, many, many other things. Just a really good director. But he wrote the screenplay for Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Robert De Niro, of course, was one of the stars, along with the director, Kenneth. And Aidan Quinn was in it. He was a really prolific actor in the early to mid 1990s, and then he just sort of faded away. Really talented actor. But it was released on November 3rd, 1994 at the London Film Festival. The next day, on November 4th, 1994, it was released wide in the USA. In terms of the money, the budget was $45 million, but it earned $112 million. Now, the pinball machine Was made by Sega, released in January 1995. Let me show you some promotional art for that game. It's right there. Sega Pinball creates a monster hit. Let's go ahead and look at a clip of the game in action. And I'll tell you exactly how long this clip is. It's only 1 minute and 54 seconds long. It's just a teeny tiny little clip. Right now.
There we go. Frankenstein. See if I can get a game going.
Frankenstein! There it was, Frankenstein. Okay, let's see where we are. Now we're going to jump ahead quite a bit to the letter S. Now there's a rumor there's going to be a Matrix pinball machine. It's been rumored since 2024. Wouldn't that be cool, huh? There's a virtual one, right? But we want to have a physical Matrix pinball machine. Let's see here. Yeah, I was going to show you the virtual one, but I think I'll just hold on that. So we're going to jump from the letter M to the letter S, and there's quite a few movies that had pinball games made based on those films. I'm sure you can think of some instantly. I can't believe there wasn't a Superman the movie pinball machine, personally. But let's just start in alphabetical order, and let's get on with our first S movie. And this is from the 1990s. Let me get my list here. Oh, but about the Frankenstein game, I did mention this. I already said it was released in January 95 by Sega Pinball. There were only 3,000 of those machines that were made. So that's kind of a rare game, actually. There you go. That's all I wanted to say about that. And the artwork was by Paul Faris, F-A-R-I-S, with music by Brian L. Schmidt and sound by Brian L. Schmidt. And it was designed by John Borg, like the Borg in Star Trek, The Next Generation. Okay, letter S. We're jumping ahead. And this was a pretty... I can't say it was a dud. It made $8 million, but it definitely underperformed. It's a Universal movie. It was released on July 1st, 1994 for the 4th of July weekend. It did not do any business anywhere near Jaws in the 1975 July 4th weekend, or leading up to it. It was released in June of 75. But I'll just go ahead and tell you, I'll show you the movie poster of this movie. This was a movie that starred Alec Baldwin. Superman. Let's see here. Let me do the reveal with the movie poster. I'm talking about The Shadow. Kind of looks like the movie poster for for Dick Tracy or something with the colors. That starred Warren Beatty. But The Shadow is directed by Russell Mulcahy with a screenplay by David Kopp. And it was based on The Shadow by Walter B. Gibson. Alec Baldwin, of course, was the star. Penelope Ann Miller was in the movie. Peter Boyle was in the movie, God rest his soul, from Young Frankenstein and many other things. And the music was by Jerry Goldsmith. I really like his musical scores a lot, but the budget was $40 million. It only earned $48 million. So it was, it made $8 million. Got to give it that. Now, the pinball game was released in November of 1994 by Midway. And here's a promotional piece for it. Look at that. The Shadow, where the shadow falls, earnings rise. And the game is actually pretty cool. Let's look at a clip of The Shadow and then be thinking of other movies that start with the letter S that had pinball games made based on those films. But here is a clip of The Shadow in play, and I'll tell you how long the clip is. 5 minutes. Let's watch.
shadow knows.
Pretty cool. I love that camera angle. Those two camera angles are really cool. We see the play field as well as the back glass and the scores. That's really cool. All right. So next in the S's, we got several. This is a really interesting film. It was part cartoon, part animated, part live action, and begins with the letter S. Oh, but about that game, I didn't mention there's only 4,247 machines that were made for the Shadow. So that's pretty significant information, I think. 4,247. And in terms of the design, it was designed by Brian Eady. And the music and sound by Dan Forden. It's a good game. Now, the next one, and this is in the letter S's, of course. What do you think it would be? It's a movie beginning with the letter S, and I'll give you the release date. It was released on November 15th, 1996. Pinball game, obviously based on this movie. Any guesses out there? I'll just go ahead and reveal it. I'm talking about Jim Von Spiegel got it. Space Jam. Space Jam. You are so good, sir. Happy you're out there. It is Space Jam. And this of course, is a big, big hit movie. I love Michael Jordan. He's my favorite NBA player of all time. The original GOAT, in my opinion. Greatest of all time. But Space Jam, the movie was directed by Joe Pytka, P-Y-T-K-A. And he hit the Warner Brothers Looney Tunes. The budget was $80 million, but it earned $250.2 million at the box office. Big hit from 1996. Now, the pinball game was by Sega, released in December 1996, with design by Joe Kamenkow, Oren Day, and Lonnie B. Ropp. It was programmed by Lonnie D. Ropp and Oren Day, with artwork by Morgan Weissling. There's 7,019 of these machines. There were. And I'm going to show you a clip of that game in use. But there's the artwork first. Look at the art. I love that little promotional piece with Michael Jordan on it. And of course, Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck. It's a pretty cool game. Let's look at a clip of the game. Let's see how long this clip is, first of all. That was a great guess, Mr. Von Spiegel. Yeah. There it is.
Carolina, Edgar, 6'6", Michael Jordan. Rebound. 4. Here's Jordan, up the middle. And it's for the jam. Here's Michael, up the middle.
Ew, I feel like a wax wig.
Plays it in. Marky to MJ. Oh, he Jordan hits the tower. Michael for 3. ready? And with your dog. Up the middle. Here's Jordan. Up the middle. You're the devil. And with your dog. Time to play a little basketball. Way to go, guys.
Here we work our ball down the swing.
He deserves up a facial.
It's game over, folks.
Love that game. Space Jam 1996. Still in the letter S. We got a lot more movies that start with the letter S. And a pinball machine made in its honor. What do you think is next up? Let's see here. It's a superhero film released in 2002. You know it. The Wall Crawler. Here's the movie poster for, and I got a movie review from JT coming up. Movie poster for Spider-Man by Sam Raimi. Did have a pinball machine released in 2007, about 5 years later, but it is definitely based on this film. So let's talk briefly about the movie Spider-Man. The music by Danny Elfman, who did Batman, the Tim Burton Batman movie, and many other movies. Mars Attacks. He's a great composer. Directed by Sam Raimi. I already said that. Based, of course, on the Stan Lee and Steve character. First seen in Amazing Fantasy issue 15, way back in 1962. Great cast, including Tobey Maguire as Peter Parker and Spider-Man, Willem Dafoe as Norman Osborn and the Green Goblin, Kirsten Dunst, James Franco, Cliff Robertson from the Outer Limits pilot, The Galaxy Being, and so many other things. Even played Esther in Star 80. Rosemary Harris. Really, really awesome cast. Elizabeth Banks as Betty Brant. Can't forget her. So it was released. I'll never forget. I was one of the first people to see it. Released on May 3rd, 2002, wide release. It premiered April 29, 2002 at the Man Theater, was called at the time. The budget was $139 million, but it earned $825.8 million with a running time of 2 hours and 1 minute. Now, the pinball game, seen here, and we'll look at a clip in just a second, from 2007. I don't have a number of how many were produced. I was really curious to see that, but I don't have that data. Stern Pinball, Steve Ritchie Productions, he's a classic pinball designer, created this Spider-Man game, and they released it in June of 2007. and it has the Stern SAM system. SAM for Sam. Steve Ritchie, of course, designed it with programming by Lyman F. Sheets Jr. Artwork is by Kevin O'Connor, Mark Galvez, Margaret Hudson, and Mark Schoenberg. And the music and the sound was by Dave Steele. So let's Dave Steele. It could be H might be silent. His last name is spelled Thiel. Dave Steele. Dave Steele. Let's look at the game in action. I love this pinball game. For one of the modern ones, it's really good. I mean, most of the modern games are good, but I'm just got a nostalgic flair for the Williams and Bally pinball games from the late 80s into 1997. Those are my favorites. It's just me. Modern ones are awesome too. So expensive. Let's see. Let's look at Spider-Man in action. 3-minute clip.
The wonderful Spider-Man pinball you see here was made by Stern back in 2007. This awesome pin is a huge hit amongst both Spider-Man and Marvel fans as well as pinball players. At the time of filming, the game is ranked 11th on Pinside's all-time top 100, scoring 8.4 out of 10, and it's also 15th on the Internet Pinball Database, scoring 8.2 out of 10. Designed by pinball legend Steve Ritchie, this machine has his hallmark flowing gameplay with lots of shots that feel great to hit. As you can see, the playfield is bright and colourful with fantastic artwork. If you're not familiar with this pinball, check out the reviews online. Players love it. It has a great rule set for home players and collectors, and above all, it's great fun to play. There are 4 well-crafted playfield figures, including the Green Goblin hovering on his glider. You've got Venom looking menacing, Sandman in the centre, and Doc Ock sitting above his magnet that simulates a fusion malfunction. So let's watch Abby playing a game.
The city is yours, Spider-Man! Venom, what is that?
Hopefully this look at Spider-Man has whetted your appetite. If you'd like to give him a game, pop down to our showroom, but best to give us a call first to make sure he's still here. If you have any questions, either give us a call or drop us an email.
Thanks for use of that clip. I love that game based on that trilogy of films by Sam Raimi, the director. Good stuff. Those are my favorite Spider-Man movies, the ones with Tobey Maguire, I think. Those are such nostalgic gems, all of them. Okay, we got another movie beginning with the letter S that had a really cool pinball machine based upon it. It's a classic. Classic. The game has really cool sound. It's a primitive pinball machine, though, I think, by today's standards. I'm going to just show you the movie poster because we've already gone 2 hours, 21 minutes, trying to keep this under 3 hours. Begins with the letter S. Is from 1979. Here's the movie, Star Trek, the motion picture. There was a pinball machine based on Star Trek, the motion picture. So some quick facts about Star Trek, the motion picture. It was released December 7th, 1979, filmed in 1978. budget was $44 million. It earned $139 million. And it's from Paramount Pictures, of course. Now, the pinball game was released in April of 1979. There were a lot of units made, actually, 16,842 confirmed units made by Bally Electronics. Now, let's look at a promotional piece. I love this. Look at that. Start date, 1979. Destination, profit. They're trying to encourage bar owners, bowling alley owners, or managers and the like to order this machine. Let's look at it in action. Again, it's a very primitive game, but the sound is really cool and strong in this clip. This guy did a good job, I thought, recording and capturing the Star Trek pinball machine. He refurbished this, as you can see. Anyone that's listening, this is a bit of a visual portion, so I'll talk over it. There's just some images, and then it'll get to this.
You're looking at the Bally Star Trek pinball machine. It's been completely serviced. Back glass is in very nice condition. Has no flaking. Colors are nice and bright. Displays are also very nice as well. On the playfield, everything was removed. Clean and wax the playfield. All new rubber rings, all bulbs work. Also had done some touch up on the playfield. It came out very nicely. Cabinet is in pretty decent condition. Does have some scuff and some touch up, but overall pretty good. Alright, we're going to go ahead and pause for just a moment and we'll get a game started so you can see in action.
Pretty cool. I like that game a lot. So that's Star Trek from 1979. Now we got another movie, another science fiction movie, letter S. We're going to the 90s now. We're flash forwarding to the 1990s in our alphabetical quest to cover all the pinball machines based on movies. What do you think the next one would be? I'll give you the release date. A TV series was based on this movie down the line. It was released on November 7th. Hang on a second, make sure I got my right notes now. I didn't. I knew it wasn't that date. It was released on, let's see here, October 28th, 1994 in the USA from MGM UA Distribution. What movie do you think that would be? Begins with an S. From October 28th, 1994. Science fiction movie. TV show followed after the success of the movie. I'll just go ahead and show you the movie poster right now. Let me see if any guesses came in. Let's see here. We're talking about a movie that starred, feature star of the Blacklist, James Spader, talking about Stargate. There's the movie poster for Stargate. Now, the movie, in terms of the numbers, the budget was $55 million and earned $196.6 million at the box office. The running time, same as Spider-Man's. It was 2 hours and 1 minute long, and then a TV show on the Showtime cable network followed. It did not have James Spader in it. Isn't that always the way? I mean, typically the star of the movie won't even touch the TV show. All right, so let's see. Here is some artwork for the Stargate pinball machine. We'll roll the clip, but I'll tell you some facts about this game before I roll that clip. So this machine hit in March of 1995 by Gottlieb Pinball Manufacturers. There's only 3,600 of these. Who knows how many of them survive to this day? Because 1995 was over 30 years. But let's look at a clip. And the next movie is also a science fiction movie beginning with the letter S. We'll get to that in a minute. Let me switch to let's look at this game in action. The Stargate Pinball Machine.
Shoot the guard on your right. Shoot the ball carefully. Way to go! Enter the circumference. Shoot the throwing shot. Shoot the guard in your left. Just go on. Enter the circumference. On your right. Way to go! Just go on. Up the middle. Shoot the glider craft. In the pyramid! In the pyramid!
Nice job with that video. I love the sounds and the music of that game. Really cool game. Okay, another. Now I know Joe Gutfeld out there in New York is chomping at the bit to do some trivia. So I've got 4 or 5 pinball machines left. Let me try to hurry that along. Let's see here. We've got, because the 5th one's only 15 seconds long in terms of the clip. So it's a bonus pinball machine. So really I have 4 more to go. So in terms of the letter S, this movie was released in 1997. It was an epic science fiction and horror film. More sci-fi than horror, but there's some horrifying elements in it. It was released on November 7th, 1997 in the U.S. and U.S. cinemas. And I'm talking about this movie right here. Never show that? Yeah, I did. I'm talking about Starship Troopers, and there's the movie poster for Starship Troopers. Let me tell you some brief facts about this movie. All right, here's a fun fact for you. The movie was directed by Paul Verhoeven, and he did not feature a rape in this movie. That guy was sick. I mean, he is featured in RoboCop, Showgirls, Hollow Man, all these movies. Paul Verhoeven is a Dutch director. A lot of people, unfortunately, over there creepy. Look at Vandersloot, right, who drowned Natalie Holloway in Aruba, for instance. I know that's a rare instance, you know, and we're a family show. We don't talk about news and things like that and tragedies. But and that's a gross generalization. I'm just being facetious. And their beer's not very good either. I used to like it, Heineken. But no, Paul Verhoeven did do a good job directing Starship Troopers. That was a good action movie about the insect aliens that we were fighting. The humanoids are fighting the bugs. Kill them all. Really good movie. And I think that was the first movie that Denise Richards got noticed in. She was so beautiful in that movie. Really, really liked it a lot. In terms of the numbers, the financials, the budget for Starship Troopers was $100 to $110 million. It made $121 million. So it was not a huge success. It did earn millions of bucks. The Pinball Machine was released in December 1997 by Sega Pinball. Designed by Joe Balser and Joe Kamenkow, programming by Neil Falconer and Owen Day, artwork by Morgan Reisman, music by Brian Schmidt. Let's roll a clip of this game. This is Starship Troopers, and there's the artwork again. I put it up briefly. Starship Troopers promotional artwork. It's a really slick looking game, and here is a clip of the game in action. Let's see how long this clip is of Starship Troopers, the pinball game. It's long, but it's a cool side by side where you see the playfield and the back glass and the scores. Let's watch some of this. Starship Troopers, the pinball machine.
Now the new Skymark in a new battle class. Going to clean out the system's outlying trend down to one planet at a time. Would you like to know more?
There you go. I love that movie, and I like that game a lot. Starship Troopers pinball game. Now, Final S movie that begins with the letter S. It began with the letter S. Had a pinball machine, several pinball machines actually, made based upon it. What do you think it would be? I'm going to show you the movie poster because I want to hurry this along. Give you a hint. It took place in a galaxy far, far away. Obviously, we're talking about Star Wars. There's the movie poster. Brief facts in terms of the financials of this blockbuster, record breaker, and record setter. Of course, George Lucas directed it. The budget was $11 million, but it earned $75.4 million. Now, that includes the 1997 special edition box office receipts. 20th Century Fox distributed the film. Mammoth hit, one of my favorite films of all time. Now, the pinball game I want to talk about was the first one. We're just going to talk about the first pinball game based on Star Wars. And it's this game. Let me show you the picture. It's right here. Data East Star Wars game. And this was when you just had 3 movies out. Episodes 4, 5, and 6. Star Wars Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. It was before 1999 Phantom Menace. So let's look at a clip of this game. I played it all the time in college up there at Marshall University. I just love this game. Here's a clip of it. Has a little Death Star in it who tried to destroy with the pinball in multi-ball mode. And let's look it up.
Hi, this is Nathan, your neighborhood arcade and pinball talk on. Today we're going to be shooting a review of Star Wars by Data East today on location at Rec Bar 812 in southern Indiana. Please look for our written review and metrics underneath the description of our YouTube video. And let's go ahead and get this review underway, shall we? First things first, who doesn't love Star Wars? I'm sure everyone will say they do.
I need your help.
As you can see, that ramp goes all the way around and comes out right habitrail to your right in lane. This is a traditional setup on this game. You have an in lane to the left and right, out lane, exit lane to your right and left as well. You have a scoop that says Force that goes back to your top bumpers, and beyond R2-D2 you have a little kick out which kicks it out to your left habitrail, left in lane. And you also have an area that goes back to R2-D2, which is a lock back there and kick out. You have some targets to the center. Obviously the ramp we just discussed. You have the Death Star, which you have to hit it right at the exact perfect time in order to enter the Death Star. You have a lane to the right of that, which shows R2-D2 that comes back around behind the Death Star. And of course the lane that goes all the way around the right side of the Death Star around the table to where R2-D2 is. Artwork is what you would expect from a game like this. Obviously, it is very old in comparison to some of the newer stuff that you see. So rating it based off of what you had back then, the Translite looks really good for what it is. It's a mashup. Playfield is what you would expect from a comic booky kind of look from back in the day. Star Wars, I mean, obviously for the replayability kind of concept to it, Star Wars is something that is replayable just because of the theme. So, of course, Star Wars is a great theme integration. It will always sell. People will always want to buy it. People will always want to play it. Replayability in general, for me, this is not a bad game. I'd say it's actually a little underrated. I would have nudged the table a little bit to get that ball, but of course I don't want to destroy the camera work. Fun factor on this game is there. Look at R2 jumping up and down in the back there. Game actually shoots pretty decently. Talking about flow and shots here, I think that it's heavily blocked in the middle. As you see, the pinball keeps jumping around from those center blocks there. It's just because there's so much force coming off of it hitting those blocks and those targets that it's just shooting the ball all around. But there are shots, and it's very definitive. So obviously you got to be right on target to the left, the middle, to the right. And there's a lot of blocks in between that to add to the difficulty. So I would say that this is really a moderate to light difficulty game. Not necessarily super hard, but you have to get your shots on actually to be able to get your score on this game. Gameplay on this game is decent. As you can see to the right, it says job is bounding with the scoop there. And of course, your modes on this game are more to the top right of the table, of course. So you got Advanced Death Star, Moon and Creases, you got Tri-Ball, etc., etc. And right now we're flashing to the middle. But all in all, this game right here, I'd probably say that based off of the grid that we have going on from the multiple games, that it would score right around an 8.5, give or take. And I feel very confident in saying that just because of the gameplay and the shots. All in all, I will say that this game is actually not that bad, believe it or not. Sound bites are pretty decent on it. Modes are pretty decent on it. The visuals on it are decent for the time period, of course.
Watch your back, Luke. I need your help, Luke. What are you doing? Stay on target. Press 3, standing by.
As you see, that orbit is very fast if you get a straight shot through there. This game will flow if you hit the right shots.
I can't shake it.
All in all, a great game. Definitely check this out when you have the opportunity on location. Till next time, this is Nathan, your neighborhood arcade and pinball talk guy, signing off.
Thank you, buddy. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I love that game. It is underrated, and you can get it for a good price. It's amazing I haven't bought one by now. I love that game. My only complaint would be some of the artwork on the code looks kind of weak. But other than that, it's a really fun game. I like the video modes as well, just like you said. And I like the music. I like the sound bites from the movie, the sampling of the actors. Really good stuff. Okay, so we're done with the letter S. Let's see where we're at. Now we're with the letter T. Now, this is a movie that was for kids, pretty much. Really popular. Oh, I thought that did it again. The Star Wars game we just watched, there were only 10,400 units made. Okay, That's all I want to say about that. It was released in December 1992 by Data East. That's one of the better Data East. Okay. So we're into the letter T. It's a children's movie. These characters were introduced in 1983 in an independent comic book. They love to eat pizza. My flock, are you still there? Anybody want to guess, Keeper? Which characters am I talking about? Which characters am I talking about? I'll just reveal it. I need to get to trivia, and I still have some other features I want to talk about. I want to talk about some new original game shows that started airing in April 2025. The revival of Tic-Tac-Toe. I have an interview with the host of that show. And Bingo Blitz with Valerie Bertinelli, which I am hooked on both of those brand new GSN Game Show Network originals. I don't know about the audio. I see it in the chat. Everything's okay at my end. I don't know. Maybe it's a StreamYard thing, but I appreciate you letting me know. That's what I want my mods to do. Let me know if there's an audio issue. Okay, so now we're on to the letter T, and nobody guessed, so I'll just go ahead and reveal. Let me show you the movie poster of these characters. First introduced in a comic book in 1983, an independent comic book. They've got the moves. They're trained. They're ninjas. Talking about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the 1990 movie, which spawned a pinball machine. But let's talk about the massive success of this film from 1990. So, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, it was a movie with a $13.5 million budget that yielded $202 million at the box office. Production company was Limelight Productions, Golden Harvest Entertainment Company, distributed by New Line Cinema. Really hit film. Oh my gosh, directed by Steve Barron. And, you know, it had unknowns in it. The music was by an unknown composer. The actors were unknown. The writers were pretty much unknown, based on the Eastman and Laird comic series, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from 1983. But here's what the promotional piece looked like. I love that. Cowabunga, dude! Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And this game was okay. And by the way, here in the Marietta, Georgia area, they have the annual Southern Fried Game Room Expo, which is a 3-day convention, which is on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the Waverly Marriott Hotel, called the Cobb Galleria Waverly Hotel. I think it's Marriott. Yeah, it's Marriott now. Look into it at their website. It's the Southern Fried Gaming Expo. They used to be called the Southern Fried Game Room Expo. I go every year. I didn't even go last year. I'm going to go this year. It's just a hell of a lot of fun. You can walk around, have an adult beverage, and play classic arcade games and new arcade games. It's a lot of fun. But let's look at a clip of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the game, as we wind down our 2-part conversation about pinball machines based on popular movies and pop culture history. Here is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and we'll talk about some game shows, and then JT has a review. Before we do all that, I will do the trivia. Joe's been chomping at the bit to play trivia. Here is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles pinball machine by Data East. And I guess I should tell you some quick facts before I roll the clip about the game. Let's see here. That. It was released in June of 1991, and there's only 3,750 of these that were made. So that's kind of on the rare side. And with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles being so popular, I bet that's a really high demand machine. Okay, so let's look at that clip of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the pinball machine. Here it is.
shot, Nate. Alphabetical. Alphabetical. Head for the sewer. Whoa! Ninja, ninja.
I like that. I like that little shell game for the matching at the end. That's kind of cute with the turtle shells. So that's pretty cool. That is the Data East Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1991 pinball machine. It's not bad. Okay, now let's see what letter we're on here. We're almost done with the pinball machines, and then we'll get to the pinball trivia. Let me get to my little notes. Oh, we're on to the letter T. How about that? Letter T. We're almost done with the alphabet. Oh, there's one. I'll pull a clip when there's one more that I have to cover also. Let me see here. Next on our list in alphabetical order, we're still on the T's. Yeah, this is a big science fiction movie. And this was a sequel. They didn't make a pinball machine based on the first movie. This was the second movie in this particular series. Big action sci-fi thriller. And a lot of it's coming true, what they warned us about in this series. Sure, I have the artwork in here. Begins with the letter T. What do you think that would be? Oh, I do have it in there. I'm wasting time. I remember I did save this. All right, I'll give you some movie facts. 1991. Huge blockbuster. And it was very cutting edge in terms of the special effects. Guessed it by now. Go ahead and deal with the movie poster. Talking about T2, Terminator 2 Judgment Day. There's the movie poster right there on your screen. So, listeners, here's some interesting facts about Terminator 2 Judgment Day. The movie, of course, was directed by James Cameron, who wrote it along with William Wisher, and it's a sequel to the 1984 blockbuster, The Terminator. It was released on 4th of July weekend, July 3rd, 1991, U.S. The budget was at $94 million, the range of $94 to $100 million. It yielded $520 million at the box office. That's huge. Huge. So let's look at the pinball game. The pinball game was released in July 1991 alongside the movie. 15,202 machines were made back in 1991 for this game. Look at the artwork. Let me show you the artwork for the game. It's badass. There it is. The year's blockbuster attraction, Terminator 2 Judgment Day. And here comes a clip of the game. This is really well shot. I think you'll like this clip. And then after that, we just have two more pinball machines to talk about. Let me show you this clip of Terminator 2 Judgment Day. And I love how it fires the ball. Oh, God. Kind of like my Indiana Jones, the Pinball Adventure. But look, here is a little video of Terminator 2 Pinball.
Judgment Day. Direct hit. Lock sequence initiated. Take the test start. Fire at will. You missed. Lock sequence initiated. Take the test start. Fire at will. You missed. Lock sequence initiated. Direct hit. Lock sequence initiated. Take the test start. Fire at will. You missed. Lock sequence initiated. Extra ball. Out. Take the best shot. Fire at will. Great shot. Checkpoint 1 secured. Get that knife on. Fire at will.
You missed. Get that back. Fire at will. Awesome. Secured. Get out. Silent alarm deactivated. Let's go. Go. Get out. Get that jackpot. Fire at will. Awesome. Load the cannon. Video mode. Payback time. Video mode activated. Destroy everything. You asshole. Get out. Hasta la vista, baby. You are superior. I'll be back.
Very, very cool. I love that game. That's a fun one. So we've got another one, another game, two more games. Now we're in the letter W. Now, this was a movie that I really, really liked. It was slammed by the critics when it was released in 1993, but I liked it. I'm surprised they made a machine, but I guess if they could make one for The Last Action Hero, I should be surprised they made one for this movie. I'll show you the movie poster. I think I put the movie poster. If not, I will do so while we're live. Get that just a sec. Okay, there's T2. Let's watch that one. Here's the movie poster for Waterworld. They actually made a pinball machine, believe it or not, for Waterworld. And let's talk about the movie really quickly. Talk about the pinball machine. There was 1,500 pinball machines made for that game. Very rare. I've seen it at the Southern Fried Gaming Expo. The movie, everyone said it was a big flop, but I liked a lot. There's actually a longer version. There's a director's cut that I just think is fantastic. There's even more. It was already a long film as it were. I mean, it was like 3 hours long. I will give you the details now in terms of the financials. I said 1993. It was released, actually, I was wrong, July 28th, 1995. I'm thinking of Last Action Hero, so strike it in the record. The correct release date by Universal Pictures was July 28th, 1995. The budget was $172 to $175 million range, but it earned $264 million. So it made a lot of money. It made almost $100 million, like $90 million, 80-something million dollars. So what's the problem? History, even back then, they more like, I can't say history written, because even at the time, this was being trashed for being a failure and flop, but it made money. So I don't understand that. I'm looking at the real worldwide numbers here, and it made millions and millions of dollars. And I thought it was okay. It had a lot of humor in it, if you could look for it. It's mostly serious, but there was some decent humor in that film. Directed by Kevin Reynolds. Of course, it starred Kevin Costner. Dennis Hopper was the villain. Jean Triplehorn, whatever happened to her? She probably retired from acting. Michael G. This is a really good movie. I mean, not one of the best movies of all time, certainly not, but it wasn't a bad movie, in my opinion. Now, in terms of the pinball game, here is the promotional artwork for the Waterworld pinball game, only 1,500 units. And there it is. So it must not have sold very well. Obviously, they would have made more. But there's some artwork, and I will show you a clip of the game in action. And then we have one more pinball left, and then an honorable mention for a 15-second clip. But here is a clip of gameplay of Waterworld, the pinball machine. Very rare pinball. Here it is. Sounds like a music box there at the end. That was Waterworld, the pinball game. Okay, we got one more to talk about. And this is a really classic film. W is the letter it begins with. That's one more on our list. And I'm going to show you the picture. But the pinball game, Waterworld, I already said 1,500 units. Okay, I already mentioned that. What do you think is the final pinball game based on a classic film? It goes back to the 1930s. Get right here. Pull that up. Show you a picture. Talking about, of course, the classic. Let me show you this cool movie poster I found for this movie. I see you. Yeah, I can see you, Sarah. How you doing? All right, so the last of the movies is the classic 19, The Wizard of Oz. Look at that classic poster for the re-release of The Wizard of Oz. They made a pinball machine based on The Wizard of Oz. But in terms of the classic, let me just tell you some facts about The Wizard of Oz. It was released August 25th, 1939, in wide release in the USA. And the budget was $2.8 million in today's money. And it earned $29.7 million in today's money. So that's pretty big. It was a big success, of course, directed by Victor Fleming, starring the great late Judy Garland and Frank Morgan, Ray Bolger. You know the rest of the cast. It's an incredible film. Well, here's what the pinball machine for The Wizard of Oz looked like, and I'll tell you some facts about it. There it is. It's more of a modern pinball game, and we'll do the trick in just a sec. Some facts about that game. Try to get a clip. I couldn't get a clip to pull for that last game, but I do have a clip, a 15-second clip of another pinball machine, The Wizard of Oz. Here's some facts. Let's see if I can find out how many units were made of that pinball machine. Okay. It's from April of 2013. I do not see how many units were made. But it was the first U.S. pinball machine with an LCD in the back box, as well as the first one to have color on the monitor produced in the U.S. since the Pinball 2000 games from the year 2000, in the early 2000s. Although it's not the first pinball machine with an LCD worldwide, because Marsa Play in Spain manufactured a remake of a game called The New Canasta with an LCD screen in the back. So there you go. There's The Wizard of Oz. It's a great game. I have played this one as well. I've played just about all of the pinball machines featured tonight in this, and in part one of this two-part series on pinball machines based on film. And we're going to do one on TV shows down the line too. Pinball machines based on classic television, like Adam West Batman, the Munsters. There's so many, and there were some based on rock bands as well, like Guns N' Roses machine, Kiss, a lot of pop culture, a lot of tie-ins, which I like a lot. So there's the Wizard of Oz pinball game. I'll try to get a clip, but let's now. I don't even know if Joe's still out there. He probably gave up. Let's try to play trivia. If no one plays, I'll stop the game and save it for another time. But it is pinball trivia. I may just go through the questions and not give a prize if anyone's out there playing. Here we go. Let's play a game. Let's play pinball trivia. And I'm going to put the questions on the screen. And when I designate a prize question, you'll have your choice of the top cards for 1978 Grease, 1989 Batman, or 1977 Star Wars, and you'll get 5 cards per week. These are all in really nice condition. Okay, and I'm just trying to get this on the screen, this question. Here's question 1. And I have, again, see how many questions I have. I thought I said I have a dozen. I do. Dozen pinball questions for you, and they will be a little tricky. Some of them are tricky, some are very obvious and easy. And I wanted to have a nice balance between easy and hard questions. Okay. So, this question on the screen. He was still out there. He says, "I get you, my little pretty, and your little dog too." Joe Gutfeld, the wizard. That was the original Wizard of Oz. She also played the maid in the Patty Duke Show in season 1 in just 3 episodes. I have them all on 61. Margaret Hamilton. Okay, let's see if all this will fit on the screen. Okay. I'll just read it to you. Here's a fun pinball fact. In 1974, Ronald L. Mowry set a world record for playing pinball nonstop for over 3 days. A machine called Super Soccer, made by Goodlib, and he spent over $100 in quarters despite winning 145 free games. After 709 games of pinball, why did Ronald have to stop playing? It's a multiple choice question. Why did he stop playing? Was it because, we put this on the screen as well, A, physical injuries, B, the shop owner threw him out, C, the machine blew up, or D, he got a bad attack of diarrhea? I'll make this a prize question. First person that answers correctly and says claim will get a prize of your choice of 5 top cards, either Star Wars, Grease, or Batman 89. So again, the question is, this pertains to a record. Here's a fun pinball fact. In 1974, Ronald L. Mowry set a world record for playing pinball nonstop for over 3 days on a machine called Super Soccer, made by Goodwin. He spent over $100 in quarters despite winning 145 free games. After 709 games of pinball, why did Ronald have to stop playing? Is it because A, injuries, B, the shop owner threw him out, C, the machine blew up, or D, he got a bad attack of diarrhea? I'm going to give you just a few more seconds to answer. I'll reveal the answer. I don't want any Google cheaters out there like I am. Former Google cheater. Okay. All right, time's up. Time's up. I'm going to reveal the answer on the screen. So question 1. Why did he have to stop playing pinball in 1974 when he was trying to continue with setting a world record? Thank you, Sarah. She did best show on Saturday. Thank you, Chance. Hope you can see this. Yeah, I can see it. Of course, I've seen everything. Answer was A, physical injury. That's the reason that Ronald had to stop playing. I'm going to put all this on the screen as well for you. So here's the deal. Here's what happened way back in 1974 to Ronald. Good. I can put the entire remark on Twitch. So that's what I'm going to do. Good to know, something new. Usually with StreamYard and other sites like YouTube, the comment won't fit. Anyway, that's good to know. Okay, so here's the answer. It's hard to believe, but the answer is physical injuries. How can one get injuries from playing pinball? Well, Ronald did. Paramedics had to convince him to quit as he had lost feeling in his feet and legs and was suffering from severe inflammation of his lower extremities. It was rumored that he also had blisters on the ends of several fingers and on the palms of his hands from friction caused by slapping the flipper buttons and nudging the machine. It took nearly a week for his legs and feet to return to normal. Unbelievable. How about that? All right, let's do question 2. Move on to question 2. I'm going to change the camera shot now that for now the clips are over with. There we go. Hey, how you doing? All right, here's question 2 in our pinball trivia. To fit on the screen. Sorry about the little lapse and delay there. All right, it's coming up, coming up, coming up. Well, I won't fit, but we'll. Okay. One of the truly exciting features of playing pinball is the opportunity you have to win a free game. Up until the 1950s, the only way to win a free game was to acquire a score that was equal to or higher than a programmed points amount, a preset amount. Then, as the manufacturers designed the games to be harder to win on, they added gameplay methods that allowed the player to win free games by accomplishing some or all of the game's objectives, or even just by chance. Which of the following play didn't all fit? Which of the following which of the following player accomplishments would award a free game or games to the player who was skillful or lucky enough to attain the objective? I know that sounds very, very wordy and weird, but I'll put it on the screen and it'll make more sense. Which of the following player accomplishments would award a free game or games to the player who was skillful or just lucky enough to attain the. Here's your choices. The choices on how to obtain a free game, in other words, are A, it's known as a match, B, a special, C, both of these, or D, either of these. What do you think? Joe Gutfeld, you out there finally doing trivia? Take a guess. It's kind of an easy question. He guessed B, a special. Okay. Keebler guessed B. Special. Let me just reiterate the question. Which of the following player accomplishments would award a free game or games to the player skillful or lucky enough to obtain that objective? A, match, B, special, C, both of these, or D, none of these. And so far we got 2 guesses of B. I'll just reveal the answer. The audio is cutting out. Uh-oh. Hello, check, check, check. My end, but thanks for letting me know. I need to know when the audio cuts out. Okay, let's reveal the answer. I'll tell you why. The answer is C, both of these. Put that on the screen really quickly here. Well, I said I'm pausing. The audio is not cutting out. You're used to me being rapid fire talking. I think it's just that I'm pausing. The answer was both of these, and I'll explain. It's on the screen. The question in this. Let's see here. And this a prize question. The next one. Audio stinks for the last hour. Oh, geez, not good. All right, here is. There's nothing I can do though, unfortunately, but I do want you to let me know. So thank you. You did good. Y'all did good. Let me know. Thank you. To Keebs, my power mod, and to Joe Gutfeld in New York State. Okay. Besides being able to win games by completing a special objective where the ball rolls over a light that's lit special to get a free game, and by a match, you also can win by a match of the last 2 digits of the final score. Free games are also acquired by achieving the replay score and or accomplishing the difficult task of beating the game's highest table score. The replay score awarded 1 free game. Beating the game refers to when a player surpasses the highest recorded score ever on that particular table, a feature that only was added after the advent of the first pinball. Wait for it. Of the first pinball microprocessor in 1975. Not only did they get bragging rights, they were able to prove it because the table allowed the winner to enter their name, initials into the game's microprocessor, and the game would constantly display that score on the back panel. Better yet, it often awarded the player from 2 to 10 free replays depending on the game's program. That's true. You would get a free game, not only a game for the replay, but you get another game for beating the high score. And that's because of the computer technology. So let me just put that on the screen just to prove the rest of the there. Anyone that wants to pause it and rewind. That's what the question. Let's make this a prize question. First person that answers correctly and says claim will get your choice of those cards that I referenced. So here we go. And this will, I have a little photo for this. Put the question screen and get rolling, rocking and rolling here. My photo's right here. It's about Indiana Jones, the Pinball Adventure. Here's the question. I wrote this one. All right, here it comes. It's StreamYard. Their audio sucks. Yes, I have background noise cancellation. That's what I'm going to take it off of that. I hate that. Let me take that off. I just clicked audio cancellation off. So let me know if it got better or worse. Check, check, check. Check, check. I don't know. All right, let me just read this question that I wrote. Here it is. In the Indiana Jones, the Pinball Adventure game, I think it got worse. Hold on a second. Crapola. Check. Check, check. Stereo audio feature. I didn't even see this. This is new. Hello? Check. Check, check. Can you hear me, y'all? God. Boy, this is effed up. StreamYard, you know, they jack up the price and then the audio goes to poop. All right, how is it? The audio's a little better. The volume went down, but it sounds better. Well, damn, I didn't know it was effed up in the first place. Hang on, I don't know about the stereo audio. I want the audio to be loud. I thought it was always in stereo. Check, check. Oh. Check the level. Hello, hello, hello. That's good. Check, 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 check. Levels check, 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 check. Well, better. All right, I'm just going to do this. Okay, let's put the question on the screen now. This is one of several that I wrote. All right. In the Indiana Jones, the Pinball Adventure game, manufactured in 1993 by Williams Electronics, which I own, actress Kate Capshaw recorded audio specifically for this machine. True or false? What do you think? Prize puzzle. So first one to answer correctly, you got a 50-50 shot, 50% odds. You'll get 5 free cards. So in the Indiana Jones, the Pinball Adventure game, manufactured in 1993 by Williams Electronics, actress Kate Capshaw, future Mrs. Steven Spielberg, recorded audio specifically for the machine. True or false? False claim, said Joe. Do you want to play, Keebs? Whether a prize or not? She says true. Well, let's reveal the answer now. Joe was right. You won, so you get 5 cards. Tell me which ones you want. I have your address still, unless you moved. I don't think you did. Let me explain the answer. The answer is false. Although Kate Capshaw's voice is heard During various parts of the gameplay, like, I hate the water and I hate you. And come on, rope bridge. All right. Although Kate Capshaw's voice is heard in various parts of the gameplay and during various parts, I wrote this and I was in a hurry. All right, let me just start over. The answer is false. That part I know is true. I mean, that's false. It's false. Okay, it's false. Okay, it's false. The answer is false. Although Kate Capshaw's voice is heard in various parts of the gameplay, this audio was sampled from actual scenes from the 1984 blockbuster movie Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. However, actor John Rhys Davies, who portrayed Indy's buddy Salah in Raiders of the Lost Ark and other films in the franchise, is the only cast member to go into the studio to record fresh audio specifically for this pinball machine, Indiana Jones: The Pinball Adventure from 1993. By the way, the actor John Rhys Davies turned 81 years of age on May the 5th, Cinco de Mayo, 2025. That's in the future. We'll listen to the show at different times. So that will happen as we're live. It was a trick question, Keebler. It was. I mean, but I gave you 50-50 odds. Yeah, because they just sampled it. He recorded all sorts of original audio in character for the game. All right, let's go on to another question. Now, you can just let me know in the chat what cards do you want there, Joe? Grease, Star Wars, or Batman? Let me know. And I still have your address. Okay, let's do another question. I'll throw another prize question out there before this is all said and done. We've got 12 questions. We're only on number 4. Can we get it on the screen? Oh, you want Star Wars? Okay, here's one of them. I got to turn the background off. There it is. Okay, your address is the same for now. I'm going to regret this, C-3PO, before they get in the escape pod in the very first Star Wars movie. Okay. There's one of your 5 right there. You get a little sneak peek. Okay, cool. Gotcha. I have it in the email, goldr3@aol.com. That's my show email address. So let me get the next question on the screen here. And here it is. Next question, question 4 of 12. An important game item on pinball machines appeared for the first time in 1962 and appear in sets or singular. These enhancing inventions have various names such as stationary, bullseye, drop, fairy, and kicking varieties, and sometimes there are even moving ones. Which of the following items am I speaking of? And here's your multiple choice selections. Here are your choices. Your choices are A, bugs, B, tiny green men, C, rollovers, or D, targets. What do you think? Question. An important game item on pinball machines appeared for the first time in 1962 and appear in sets or singular. These game-enhancing inventions have various names such as stationary, bullseye, drop, vary, and the kicking varieties, and sometimes there are even moving ones. Which of the following items am I speaking of? The choices are bugs, tiny green men, rollovers, or targets. What do you think? Answer? The answer is targets. The first moving target was installed on the Williams Electronics game Magic Clock in 1960, while the first drop targets were installed on the company's Vagabond game in 1962. Targets greatly increased the need for skill to play the game of pinball and acquire free games as pinball games advanced in technology and design. All right, let's do another question. So the next question It's question 5. Coming right up. Pinball machines and tables have various items on their playing fields that give you points when the ball makes contact with them. What name was given to the round knobs that, when hit by the ball, usually make a bell sound? They give the player points and actively push the ball away. What's that called? Let me give you some choices. Your choices are A, church bells, B, bumpers, C, crazy ringers, or D, noisemakers. Pinball machines and tables have various items on the playing fields that give you points when the ball makes contact with them. What name was given to the round knobs that, when hit by the ball, usually make a bell sound and give the player points and actively push the ball away? Are those called A, church bells, B, bumpers, C, crazy ringers, or D, noisemakers? What do you think? The answer is B, bumpers. I'm going to stop the game because no one's playing. I'm going to save these questions for next time. So, Joe, I'll get those cards out to you, those 5 Star Wars cards, and we're going to move along with this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. I'll just save the rest of these pinball questions for next time. So let's talk about some other nostalgic features really quickly, and we'll move past the pinball. So 12 questions. We got through 5. Okay. So I'm going to X out of there. All right, perfect. Okay, so I have some other things I want to talk about. Now, last time on the Nostalgic Podblast, I was on with Al Hardy. Al Hardy was on with me talking about his memories of Wink Martindale, who passed away. He was the original host of Tic-Tac-Toe. He passed away at the age of 91. Well, they revived the show, ironically, before he passed away. They filmed and taped, rather, a lot of these episodes in 2024 before he passed away. And I was hoping he would have a cameo. And you know what? It's possible they did tape an appearance of his before he passed away. I think they would have mentioned it, but it might be a surprise. You never know. Probably not likely, but it's possible that Wayne Martindale, since the show is produced in California and he lived in California, maybe he did appear in a Tic-Tac-Toe episode that was already in the can before he passed away. I don't know. I think we might have heard about that in the press, but that'd be a great secret, and it would get great ratings for the Game Show Network. Anyway, the new Tic-Tac-Toe airs at 7 p.m. Monday through Friday on that cable network. And I do want to show you a nice little interview with the new host, Brooke Burns. She's an excellent host, and so is Valerie Bertinelli. Bingo Blitz comes on at 7:30 Monday through Friday, right after the new Tic-Tac-Toe. And Tic-Tac-Toe hasn't been on the air since 1990, actually, 35 years ago. So let's look at an interview with Brooke, and then we'll get to a movie review of Until Dawn, a JT movie review. But, you know, Tic-Tac-Toe had an iconic theme song back in the day. The theme from 1978 to 1985 was a song called Crazy Fun. Let's reminisce. And the new theme of Tic-Tac-Toe, which is 18 seconds long. The original was 3 minutes and 15 seconds long. Let's listen. My end, that sounded like it skipped a little bit. I don't know why that would. Now, here is the new Tic Tac Toe theme song. Man, it sounds like a retread of the Knight Rider theme. That's pretty cookie cutter. I don't want to be negative because I do enjoy the show, but it just doesn't sound anywhere near as exciting as the original theme. I guess they didn't have the music rights to it. To Crazy Fun. I don't know. Let me try this again. I don't know, man. They need to do better with the music, but what's done is done. Now, here is a little interview to promote Tic Tac Toe with the new host, Brooke Burns. Let's watch some of this.
Everyone's favorite. It's super fun. Tic Tac Toe is back on our screens finally after all these years. Brooke Burns is hosting it. She is in so many game shows. I mean, this is her thing now. Tell us what this show is all about.
You're not wrong, Trevor. Who knew, right? If somebody had told me I was going to be a game show host when I was growing up, I would have never believed them. How are you today?
Very well. How are you? What is, for people who haven't seen it, obviously people from the 80s, the early 90s were watching Tic Tac Toe, but new audiences can get to experience this show now. What is Tic Tac Toe all about?
Well, as you said, it's basically the childhood game of tic-tac-toe brought in where you can win $10,000 for answering some fun trivia questions. So it's great to watch with the whole family. It's great to play along. The gameplay obviously is pretty straightforward in that way, so everybody can understand it. Except for, of course, we have our dreaded dragon in the final round who can try and steal away that $10,000 and block you from winning.
So much fun. And what I love most about the show, it seems like you as the host and the show producers really want these people to win this money. It's very encouraging for these contestants. You're really pulling for them to win this $10,000. What is it like to be part of a show like that where you're encouraging this money to be given away?
It's so much fun, Trevor. It's really the best job in the world. I mean, when people ask me when I'm sitting on an airplane, like, oh, what do you do? And I'm like, I'm a game show host. They're like, wait, is that a joke? I'm like, no, that's really true. Giving away other people's money, especially, even better. You know, it is so great to sort of be their cheerleader and be there with them and try to encourage them and help them not to be nervous and, you know, with all the trivia questions. But they are putting themselves out there on, you know, national TV. So I understand it as well. I have a lot of empathy for them. But obviously, I think that it shows that my excitement is genuine and authentic when people do win. And I love celebrating with them. It's the best feeling in the world.
Comes across so genuine and so well. And what I loved you in Dog Eat Dog. I remember watching that on weeknights. It was so much fun. That show was wild, but also Masterminds, The Chase. What do you take from some of those game shows you've hosted to now incorporate in Tic Tac Toe?
Oh my gosh, Trevor, it's so funny you bring up Dog Eat Dog. I mean, I was 24 years old. That was the first time I'd ever hosted a show by myself. My little girl was 2 years old, like wandering around near the tank, you know, where we did all of our water. And I was like, stop, oh my gosh, you know, so I'm like worried about that. But also, it was kind of my intro into falling in love with early reality / game. And again, I think that if you had told me then, oh, this is just like the tip of the iceberg for where you're going over the next 2 decades, I never would have believed it, but I'm so grateful because I love playing games. I'm slightly competitive myself. I love people. So I think it was really hats off to Matt Kunitz and Stuart Krasnow who gave me that opportunity to help me fall in love with this and find sort of my niche, you know, for the next period of my life that I feel obviously very grateful for.
Love to hear an answer like that. And obviously we have to talk about Wink Martindale, who audiences know and love from Tic Tac Toe, but unfortunately he passed the day after this premiere, the revamp of it. I mean, what has the reception been like for you as now taking over the reins, but he is a legend in and of itself?
He is such a legend. And the timing I found kind of, spooky in a way, but also I had the amazing opportunity of meeting him. He came down to the set of The Chase, and I'll never forget him walking out onto that stage. And to be honest with you, Trevor, while we were shooting Tic-Tac-Toe, I was like, please, can we invite Wink to come? I just wanted a picture so badly on the set with him. He wasn't feeling well, unfortunately, and so that didn't get to happen. But I have those pictures of me with him on the set of The Chase, and they obviously mean a lot to me, and it's a very special memory that I have.
You are carrying on his legacy in this show.
Yes, I'll be able to honor him, and he'll wink down at me with approval.
I love that. You really are carrying on his legacy. It's such a fun show. What do you hope audiences take away from watching Tic-Tac-Toe on Game Show Network?
Trevor, I feel like it's always the same with game shows. The truth of the matter is there's a lot of stuff out there that's heavy right now, whether it's the news or this or that in social media. We're so we have so much information that's coming at us all the time. A lot of it's not always positive, and I just love the idea. I think being such a family person, that there's something that you can put on. It brings joy. It's entertaining. You're having fun. You get to play along, or you can just check out and enjoy, being entertained. But it's almost impossible not to start to engage in the gameplay. And then, with family members, when you start to argue, like, I'm right, and then that buzzer goes, it's a blast. And it's sort of bringing the community together in that old school kind of way, even though it's involving television. It brings up that fun conversation and just a good time of connecting.
Really is. It's trivia. It's the generational game Tic-Tac-Toe all in one. Tic-Tac-Toe on Game Show Network, 7 p.m. weeknights. Thank you so much, Brooke.
Right. Thank you, Trevor. It was great talking to you.
You too. Thank you.
Talking with you, but that's okay. She does a fantastic job. I love the energy. It doesn't sound like Wink, based on what she said, what Brooke said. He did a cameo before he passed away on Tic-Tac-Toe when those were taped in 2024. Back then. So that's too bad. But I like that little piece. I like the guy's film reel. The host there, that was pretty cool. But he said that's a mistake I would make. He said he referred to the show as Tic-Tac-Toe, not Tic-Tac-Doe at the beginning of that interview. But that's a slight mistake. I've made worse mistakes than that. So here's a quick 30-second promo to Bingo Blitz, which airs, I sound like a commercial for the Game Show Network. But I don't care. Those are two original shows with incredible hosts, and I love the formats of these shows. Bingo Blitz, here is a 30-second spot featuring Valerie Bertinelli, and this airs at 7:30 right after Tic-Tac-Toe on the Game Show Network.
Bingo is coming to Game Show Network. But around here, we like color and excitement and lots of fun. So we're taking bingo to the next level and way beyond. We call it Bingo Blitz, and it's like nothing you've seen before. I am having so much fun, and I think you will too. I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Valerie Bertinelli hosts Bingo Blitz, weeknights at 7:30 starting Monday, April 14th on Game Show Network.
And I found out that's taped in Georgia. At least at the end credits, it has the made in Georgia. They have to put that logo up to get an additional 10% tax credit. And man, I would love to be a contestant on that show. I actually got invited to be a contestant on Jamal's show. Not Jamal. Sorry. I got to get this right. The actor who played, I'm making all sorts of mistakes tonight. No worries. Let me tell you his name. I know his name, but I want to make sure. Steve, the actor who played Steve Urkel. I was right. I just want to make sure I got the man's name right. Jaleel White. He hosts a game show, and it must be also taped here in Georgia because I was invited to audition. I never did because I got so busy. I need to do that and study the format of the show. I want to make sure that I'd be a good fit for it and vice versa. Let me see here. Doesn't mean I would pass the test, but let's see. It's called Flip Side, right? Let's see. Flip Side, the game show hosted by Mr. White. Let's see if it is taped in Georgia. It is taped in Atlanta. Yeah. Mr. White's game show Flip Side is taped in Atlanta. The show, which airs on Atlanta News First is currently filming its second season in Atlanta. The taping schedule is May, June, and July 2025. Damn, I got to respond to that email and see if I can set up an audition. Holy cow, that would be so cool. All right, because I'm a big game show fan. Anyone who listens to the show, watches Nostalgic Podblast knows that. Very cool. All right, well, it's time now for movie reviews, under 2 minutes long. Here's JT, our man in the seats, who works for Popcorn. Here's his review of a brand new movie. It's called Until Dawn.
Hello, this is Movie Reviews by JT, and I got another review for you. Until Dawn, which is based on the video game of the same name, but the film does not follow the game storyline, and it's directed by David F. Sandberg, who directed Lights Out, Annabelle, Curation, and both Shazam movies. This film was great. Had a good time watching it in the theater today. Creepy, weird, couple of jump scares. The performances are solid and everything. I like the whole plot and everything with the hourglass kept turning and everything. Go back to the same night again and over again and everything and stuff. It's one of my favorite films this year so far and everything. And I definitely can't wait to watch it again when it comes to streaming and everything. David S. Sandberg does a great job directing this film. I really enjoyed it. Everything, real pace. Everything's not that long, like an hour. But I really enjoyed it. I had a fun time watching this film in the theater. And everything. I never played on the game Until Dawn and everything. I just saw this film because the film is not based on the game storyline. It's a complete new story and everything. And yeah, I really enjoyed it and everything and stuff. I give Until Dawn an 8 out of 5. Definitely go check this movie out in theater this weekend and everything. So that's my review for Until Dawn. All right, bye.
Thank you so much, JT. The popcorn is on the way. Check that out. So, let's see what else I have. Oh, gosh, I've gone over 4 hours. Good grief. I think I just played too much clips of pinball. I do have some more pinball commercials of places around the country where you can play pinball clips, as well as this 15-second clip of 1995's Attack from Mars. I love this pinball game about 15 seconds. All right, you got the 5 billion shot. So let me now. Here. And here are some commercials for cool places around the country. Like here in Georgia, I told you about, or I mentioned Solar Slice Pizza, great New York style pizza. You know what? It would be terrible. I'd still go there if the pizza was bad because they have great pinball machines and now they're putting classic comic books up. They have all sorts of it for a retro geek like me. It's like just such a neat, fun place to have pizza, but the pizza's delicious. So I believe the pizza tastes so good, New York style pizza. And then you've got the pinball and you got the Galaga. That's the thing that wear me out is playing Galaga. I could just keep going on and on and on for just a quarter. But let's look at these commercials. Here's one for the Great American Pinball.
At Great American Pinball, we bring all the new exciting machines from Stern Pinball. Who are you gonna call for the new Ghostbusters table? Rock hard with the Metallica machine. We also supply Medieval Madness remake from Chicago Gaming Company. Rediscover this classic game. We purchased and considered trade-ins on used Bally, Williams, and older Sterns towards new in-box machines, or one of our refurbished games from our expanding showroom. Any of these pinballs can have our ridiculously cool high-octane mods from our in-house inventory. If you had one choice, Don't make it good, make it great. Great American Pinball.
Great American Pinball. Now here's Alley Cat Pinball. This is a 40-second commercial. And last but not least, here's Got Pinball.
How would you like to have real pinball action at home? Got Pinball is your factory authorized dealer for all of Stern Pinball's latest games. They're fun for the whole family and they make a great gift. We also have arcade games, a huge selection of jukeboxes, Bally Dynamo pool tables, used pinball games, and more. Try before you buy. Got Pinball.
You're going to love having a friend in the business.
Come see us on Missouri Avenue between Bel Air Road and Lakeview or go to gotpinball.com.
Very, 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 very cool. I mean, I love arcades like that. That place, Portal Pinball in Ackworth, Georgia, just a lot of fun. And I'll be at the Southern Fried Gaming Expo. Hope you will too. Great convention for pinball fans and freaks. And it's a good get together. And they usually have a comic book there. A guy named Mario. Mario's Comics is there, or one of his two sons are there selling comic books. Anyway, if you're like a retro geek like me, that's just a great convention there in Cobb County every summer. Love it. In the Atlanta, Georgia suburbs there, next to the Cobb Energy Center. All right, so I guess I'm going to sign off. We've gone 4 hours, almost 4.5 hours long show. So that's pretty much all. This includes our look at pinball machines based on movies. And I hope you have a great, great week. And we'll see you next time on the Nostalgic Podblast. I'm going to play us out with Louis Roy's cover of the American Space Giants syndicated end title music that he performed so well. I never really gave him credit. I know I have a previous podcast about Space Giants, but I need to mention that almost every time. It's Louis Roy's music. He did a fantastic job. So Chance Bartel signing off. We'll see you next time on the Nostalgic Podblast. Good night.